Lata. Lata from Econ Communication. Okay, Lata from Econ Communication says a lot of learning. Anybody else? One. Who's that? Shruti from Toes and Aids. What else? Any other expectation? Networking. Somebody said the most important word. Kana. Lunch. There you go. And anything else? Any other expectation from today's session? Please. Firstly, ladies and gentlemen, we have a power-packed agenda. As you can see, the agenda is on your page. We have fabulous speakers coming from different places of Bangalore and outside of Bangalore to train us to be a better judge and be better confident. Are all of you excited? Awesome. How many of us have traveled from outside Bangalore? Okay. Okay, guys, quick introduction. How many of us have traveled from outside Bangalore again? Can you please stand up and tell us where you're from? Yes, Namitra. Outside Bangalore. Anybody else? R.R. Nagar. Okay. Uttar Pradesh. Bangalore. There you go. Antama, welcome. Yes, Namitra. Arunam Ratham. Chalakata. Thank you so much. I'm realizing there are other beautiful places outside Bangalore. Anything else from this side? You're being silent. Anything else? Nina. Sorry, I'm picking on you. I know you take it. Wilson Garden. Okay. Next door. Next door. Actually, next door. All of us have had a breakfast. Oh. Honestly, no. Are you all waiting for lunch? Yeah. Not at my time. Okay, this is another audio video check for the online audience. Am I audible and visible?
You're not quite visible yet.
You're audible. Just the PPT is shared.
And audio is a little bit feeble in between. Can't hear you properly.
Now have an audio check.
Another audio video check. Am I audible and visible?
You're audible and the PPT you can see, but not you.
Audio video check.
Yeah. Now we can see you.
Yeah, now we can see you.
Ladies and gentlemen, take two. Are all of you excited?
Still there is a echo. I mean, the audio is not there.
Division A here. Division A clubs. There you go. Bhavan is our division director. All the division A members, raise your hands. Awesome. Division B, Praveer's division. There you go. Division C, Prabhu Prasad's division. Awesome. Division E, Naina Jalan's division. And finally, Division 9, Namita's division. Anybody else coming from other divisions? So, Anita from division? And Sabi sir. G. Any other divisions in the house?
Somebody, I just want to just check if they talk, if there is an argument, we can
Okay. Can you ask someone from the audience to speak?
Yeah.
Audience.
Yeah. Online audience.
Online audience, that I'm audible and visible. Can you please unmute and say a few words so that we can check your audio and video?
You are visible, but The voice is a little feeble.
There's an echo or something. It's not very clear.
It's not very clear.
Audible? Hi, is this more audible?
This is audible.
Just a minute. Thank you.
Audience, I just want to do a quick introduction. How many of you have attended judges training program before? Online? Anyone has attended in person back in District 92? Hello? Yes, would you like to share your experience? How was it?
No. Can you ask online?
So I have attended in 2017.
Okay, round of applause for Anuradha Ratnam, please.
Last year I have attended.
I've attended when I was in District 92.
Online audience, just a second. We are not able to hear you very clearly. Mitchell, I heard you speak. Could you please repeat?
Can you hear me now? Hello?
Just a second, Mitchell. We can hear you online, but we can't hear you in the room. Just clearly.
Okay.
Stay on mute, and our moderator will unmute you if you have any questions. Second thing, I have also got these ID cards from Bosch. I request each one of you to kindly wear it at the event because we have to return this, and please make sure that you handle it with care. Another request to each one of you is we're going to have a per-pack session. We're going to have speakers come and share their learnings. If you have any questions, please raise your hands, and our volunteers at the back will give you the mic. So far, so good. And the audience who has joined us online, the Mentimeter link has been posted. Please share your questions on the Mentimeter link. It's going to be a long event. If you look at the agenda, it's going to go on till evening. So please be hydrated. We have water dispensers right there, and the washrooms to our left, and the cafeteria to our right. Please note that just the sixth floor for today's meeting has been designated Toastmasters. Please do not go elsewhere. Are all of us excited? Awesome. Shall we introduce the next person? Yeah. Before we begin, we're not just going to have a perfect judges training program. We're also going to have awards being given. So I request all the Triple Crown winners and the Fabulous Five Award winners to please come and be seated on my right hand side. Okay? Awesome. Ladies and gentlemen, to take the meeting forward, we have a very special individual. This special individual has completed his MCOM from Jain University and is currently pursuing his USCPA. He's currently the Vice President membership of Econ Communications Club, and he's an avid traveler, and he loves watching thriller movies. With a round of applause, please welcome our MC for the day, Toastmaster Shiva Prasad.
Toastmaster, thank you for that wonderful intro. Good morning, Toastmasters and distinguished Toastmasters. I'd like a louder one, please. Now, I have faced my biggest fear of the day, which was ending up saying, "What do you mean, Toastmaster?" I say that every week. So, okay, quick question: how many of you give me a raise of hands if you've watched these reality shows on Indian TV, like Big Boss or Dance India Dance, Dance Karnataka Dance, right? all these shows are supposed to be contests. And the difference between those and Toastmasters is that we actually conduct contests, right? How many of you have actually attended a Toast contest? Maybe a club level, maybe a whatever. Okay, a lot of you. So as you know, Toastmasters speech contest, as any contest master script would say, speech contests are an important part of the Toastmasters educational program, right? Whether you attend as a spectator, as an audience, you have a lot to learn, or you may attend as a judge and you learn how to listen and analyze speeches, or you may attend as a speaker and you have the best possible experience, right? So there's a lot to learn and there's a lot to give in these Toastmasters contests. So are you all excited for this program that District 121 is arranged for? So I welcome you all officially to the contest management and judges training program being organized by District 121 for the year 2023-24. Now to kick things off, I'll start off by introducing the most important person in the district. And with reference to contests, he has been a conference chair, a contest chair, a contest master, a contest chief judge, contest judge, and last but not the least, a contestant. So with a huge round of applause, please welcome the District Director of District 121, Distinguished Toastmaster, Arjun Sundar Raj. That was my question. Take it a little further and I'll keep it about it. And then I'll go with the check what check. Okay, it's clear. Fantastic. So let me start off again. The most important question: am I audible and visible? Okay, thank you so much. Now, when the MC was introducing me, when the MC was introducing me, he forgot one most important aspect for introduction. He mentioned everything about the contest, but he did not mention that I was a contest audience the most. See, that is the most important point there. Whatever I tell, it's okay. Whether you are contestant, chief judge, absolutely fine. But if there is no audience, hello.
You are not clear.
That is the idea with which we even started to brainstorm on what we can do when it comes to enabling our members as far as the contest season is concerned. I'm pretty sure every single club in District 121 is going to plan to conduct contests in December, Jan, as the area contests are scheduled in February, March, and the division in April, and finally the district in the month of May. So as this entire season comes in, there is a different energy that comes in, inside our club meetings, inside every single Toastmasters meeting that we attend. And that was the thought process with which I came here today to see how excited people are going to be. And I was talking to quite a few members over here that have joined us. There's this one gentleman standing in that corner and then thinking as to observing what is happening. So I went to him and then asked, I see that you're standing alone. What is the idea? What are you going to do today? He just told us he's the only person that has come from his club. And he's super excited. The reason being, not just because he's the only person, but more than anything else, he can go back and share the kind of learning that he has had. And more than anything else, the kind of perspectives that we received in today's meeting by meeting every single one of you here. So I got to thinking as to what difference a single event can make. There was this individual who knew no one, who knows no one as of now.
Your shirt.
And
You're
then
going to church.
today, while he goes back home, imagine the number of memories he would have created because he made that important choice to walk in here today. To recognize his effort and to appreciate what he's going to do after this particular meeting, I want to call him up on stage. Shyam, where are you? Please come up on stage, please. Let's hear it for Shyam. He's from team in Bangalore. He's the only person currently serving as the club treasurer. So I just wanted to share this convention thing with him. Shyam, this is for you. Thank you so much, and thank you for making it like this. Thank you. There's so many members over here who are going to make a difference in their club meetings, in their memberships, learning, and at the end of the day, and that really is what's going to drive our Toastmasters fraternity in District 120. Thank you for that. Have a nice evening. Let's take a lot of applause for Shyam, please. This meeting, today you saw a group of individuals standing near the laptop over here trying to say, and then a few of them standing at the end of the hall saying that, hey, this is not audible, the online audience is not able to hear, speak a little slowly. Even now, one of the division directors came to me and then said that actually, if you start speaking the way you speak usually, 100% people cannot understand. I speak that fast. But when she came and told me that, hey, can you speak a little slower? Because it helps the people. Imagine the kind of efforts that our members are putting in. And that is mainly for you. So ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for those division directors that have helped us get this entire meeting and our program quality director, Savita, that has led the entire team as well. Team of change makers. Wherever you go, you can find one individual from the district, be it in a club meeting, be it in an area meeting or a division meeting, or wherever it is, there is at least one person that will be there with you. So my change makers, wherever you are, please stand up. Area division directors, my top 8. Please stand up wherever you are. It's back from our PQD, Savita, CPD, Gokul, and the PR and Utanka, and then finance manager Arundhati, and our logistics manager Pandirajan, and the team of division directors and area directors. Thank you for the wonderful service that you do. Next year, a huge round of applause for them for their contribution, for their support. Really. So take this opportunity to recognize all of you. Please be seated. Thank you for joining us. So, ladies and gentlemen, this entire meeting is going to be exciting. Workshop, I would say, is definitely going to be exciting. I am excited, as Nikhil was suggesting, this is the first ever hybrid, what do you call, judges training and contest management training that we have in District 121. It's definitely something new that we have tried this year, something out of the box, and we are going to have a lot of fun. The only request that I have is, I know there's a huge bunch of people that have come in groups. As much as possible, avoid that group. Go and meet others from other clubs, because this is the opportunity that you get to meet people, to rub shoulders with them, to understand how their club is performing, how their members are, probably even share challenges and find out different innovative solutions for the club.
That way you can serve members. Thank you so much for being here. We're going to have a wonderful time and all the very best. Let the learning continue as one individual today. At the end of the day, tomorrow when you go back home, you're going to have a beautiful thought process, beautiful learning experience, and make a difference to your Toastmasters journey. Thank you so much, and back to Shiva Prasad. Thank you, distinguished Toastmaster Arjun Sundar Raj, for opening the meeting. Now we move on to one of the core sessions of today's program. Well, coming to contest, once again, it is very easy to participate in a contest, right? Just give your name to the Vice President of Education or to whoever is concerned, and done. Well, managing one is a whole different story. right? You need a contest chair, you need contest masters, you need role takers, you need judges, and most importantly, you need contestants, and as Arjun said, audiences. And all of these people need to be briefed before the contest too. So there's a lot of work that needs to be put in. Well, there is someone who knows it better than I do. And to give us a much better idea of the best practices and to take us all, or rather I would say fly us all through this journey of contest management, we have a very esteemed individual among us. He is a double distinguished Toastmaster through both the traditional and the Pathways program. He has more than 2 decades of leadership experience. After joining the fraternity in 2002, he has taken on leadership roles every single year. He has served in multiple Toastmasters districts 20, 79, 105, 116, and 121. He has led his club, area, and division to the coveted President Distinguished status. He was the District 79 PRO when it achieved the President's Distinguished District status. He was the chair of the District 20 Leadership Committee, District 20 Realignment Committee, and District 105 Credentials Committee. He was also the District Toastmasters Annual Conference chair of the first ever District 116 conference in May 2019. He is a past division director of District 121. He led Division K to the President's Distinguished status in its first year. He's a member of 3 advanced clubs in Kerala and Bangalore and supports multiple other clubs across districts and countries as a mentor. And above all this, he's an aviation enthusiast who is now a partner working in a startup creating innovative solutions in the aviation world. With a huge round of applause, please welcome distinguished Toastmaster Safir Aziz.
That was not given to. Am I audible? I didn't want to ask this question actually. How many of you have? Is it okay now? Is it okay now? No. I hope it's okay now. One of the most important things that you need to learn from a contest perspective is Murphy's Law. So please learn that. Everything else will fall in place. Good morning, everyone. How many of you have heard about Nasruddin Hoja? Okay, he is a mythical character from the Turkish folklore. Once he was asked to speak to an audience, and he was reluctant to do that. But the organizers pushed him, and on the day of the event, he went to the stage and asked the audience, "Do you know what I'm going to speak about?" The audience said, "No, we don't know." He walked off stage and said, "If you don't know what I'm going to talk about, what is the point?" So the organizers went behind him, pulled him back to stage. And this time he again asked, "Do you know what I'm going to speak about?" The audience had learned their lesson. They said, "Yes, we know what you're going to talk about." He said, "If you know what I'm going to talk about, what's the point talking?" And he walked off. The organizers brought him back again. This time the organizers told the audience, half of you say yes and half of you say no. So that's what happened. And he again walked off stage saying that those of you know, tell the others who don't know. You know, my question to you, how many of you have managed contests and how many of you know about managing contests? Is that no comment? Anybody? To go back to Arjun's statement that one of the critical aspects of any contest is audience. Unfortunately, we don't provide training for audience today. We train everybody else. Somebody who manages the contest, the role players, the judges, chief judges, even how to prepare for a contest we'll cover today. So a lot of aspects to be covered. Let me not waste any more time. What are the 2 most critical responsibilities in a contest? In a okay, so the questions that we are asking is about the contest management, not the contest preparation. That will come later in the afternoon. So from managing a contest, what are the two most important roles?
Contest chair and the judge.
Contest chair and the chief judge. Okay. I know that there are some keychains in the running. One for this gentleman here, please. Motivation for you to answer questions going forward. Thank you very much. Our master of ceremonies started with this statement, right? Which we hear all the time whenever we attend contests. What opportunities does individuals get in a contest?
Showcase their talent.
Showcase their talents. Okay, if you can give me an answer closest to what is mentioned in the rule book, that will be great. Yes, please. To give their opinions that we can do in normal Toastmasters meetings also. Yes. To win. Oh my God, some serious contenders this time. Okay. 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 I get the keychain. It gives an opportunity to Toastmasters to gain speaking experience. In my opinion, participating in contests or organizing one accelerates your learning. Now, those who are not participating in contests, they get an opportunity to learn by listening to more proficient speakers. These are the two core objectives of conducting a contest. Contest chair and chief judge, there are different responsibilities that are taken care of behind the scene. If you are an attendee, you normally don't see the hard work that goes behind, but there are a lot of work. So the contest chair will cover these details today, and there are a lot of activities that happens at the chief judge that also will be covered later on by my friend Arun. This is the agenda, and what is highlighted at the bottom, all District 121 contests from area upwards is going to be hybrid. We have experience from today as well. So please go through the recording of the hybrid management training that happened last year. It is available on our District 121 website. Probably at some point in time, we'll organize a session where we can interact with the experts so that you can avoid any potential challenges and conduct a very smooth hybrid contest that we will do. But today, hybrid contest and hybrid technology will not be covered. How many of you have seen this or a similar document, the contest rule book? Namita, yes, quite a few hands. How many of you have read it from cover to cover? Okay, I highly recommend that. Please read. There are very few changes this year. Probably there is only one change that is related to the candidates for the next year not being able to participate. Otherwise, it's a good reading. It is good information to store in your memory and use as a reference whenever you are participating in contests. This is available in digital form. I would also recommend any contest managers, VP Educations, area directors, division directors to store a copy of that in your mobile phones. Sometimes it comes very handy. There are also FAQs and also a document for on best practices for the online and hybrid contest, which is available on the district in the Toastmasters website. We'll also have it in our district website. So please refer to that, because rule book is the Bible. There are some exceptions that are explained in the hybrid and the best practices. For example, the rule book says that all the participants in a contest, all the judges and role players must be physically present at the venue. That's what the rule book states, even now. But there is an exception because Toastmasters International allows you to have online contests or hybrid contests. So there is an exception made, explained in the best practices document and also in the FAQs. So all of this together becomes our guideline for conducting a sport contest. A contest chair. So we said two roles, contest chair and chief judge. Contest chair in the past we used to call by different names contest manager, but contest chair is a standard terminology that is used by Toastmasters International. Is the person who manages the entire contest from one end to the other, from the beginning to the end. Chief judge steps in between to manage the judging portion, but otherwise the contest chair is responsible for a lot of activities. And just one information, any role player in a contest chair, participants, sergeant at arms, timers, tally counters, even the evaluation test speaker must be a paid member. You cannot bring in a guest and ask them to do any of these roles. So opportunities only for paid members. Just keep this in mind. The statement will be repeated in multiple places, but I will not repeat it, but just keep that in mind. It has to be a paid member. Before the contest chair at club, area, division, district, whichever level, prepares a budget. I have mentioned if applicable, because at the club level, you have an option not to conduct a contest. We highly recommend you to do that, but a club can nominate a person to go to the area level. And you don't need to formally conduct a contest. So for example, a new club, you don't have too many contestants. So you want to nominate one person who we think that okay, is a good speaker. You can do that. You can also conduct a contest even with one contestant. That also is possible. But you have to follow the entire rules. You have to arrange for 5 judges. You have to arrange for a tie-breaking judge. You have to arrange for a tally counter. All of that you have to do. So if it is applicable, if you are conducting a contest, a budget must be prepared. What are the contents of a budget? We'll come to that in the next slide. There are contest materials. You need to take care of the printing, the logistics, all of those aspects. The objective is not to make money. Finance manager may not agree, but it is to break even. So these are the different elements of the budget. So for example, winners trophies, first, second, and third place. We have certificates of participation, winner certificates that needs to be given out. All templates are available. It's a question of getting it printed in the right format. Mementos and recognitions. For example, a club contest is a great opportunity to recognize the best performers in the club, not just for the contest winning, but it's a place where many of the people get together. So bring in some dignitaries, bring a keynote speaker, give an opportunity to one of your members to do a keynote speech, recognize the best performers. It becomes an annual gathering where you celebrate the achievements of your club. Postage and courier charges, especially in the olden days when we used to order it from Toastmasters International, that used to be a major component of the cost. But now we have the option of ordering it from Sperado, which is only coming in from Delhi, and we don't have too much of customs. And if you are going to conduct the contest online or hybrid, you need to have a Zoom or online platform license. And just for the benefit of all the club representatives here, if you want to conduct a contest online or in hybrid mode, please contact your district officers. They will see or they will look at options available for a Zoom license. If not, you will have to arrange that. For the district officers, some of these are not applicable because the area from area, division, and district level, it will be taken care of by the district, by the trio sitting here and the logistics manager and the finance manager. They will take care of the trophies. They will take care of the Zoom license. So you don't need to worry about that cost. But there will be other costs, for example, certificates. Sometimes you will need to serve lunch at the area contest, so that cost is applicable. All of those costs are. One important point, a contestant must not be charged to take part in the contest. Okay? So there is no fees for a contestant to compete in a contest. But if you decide there are other logistics costs, for example, if you are providing lunch, you are providing snacks morning and afternoon. You are conducting the event at a nice retreat, for example. And if the contestant has to enjoy all of that, then he has to pay the registration fee. But if he just wants to, he or she wants to come and attend the contest and go back, 0 fees. Okay, just keep that in mind. When you are preparing the agenda, when you are preparing the schedule, decide on a place for the contest upfront. I remember I was the assistant division governor to a senior leader in the Middle East. She went on to become the regional advisor later on. As soon as she was elected as the division director, she called me and said, Safir, I want you to be part of my team. I said, no problem. The election happened in May. We came back to Dubai. The first thing that she did was to book a room or venue for the division contest that would happen next day. And she got it free of charge because she did that upfront. So find a good place because the venue, the ambience, it matters in a contest. Don't be running around at the last minute and compromising on quality of your contest because you didn't prepare earlier. So decide on the date and time of your contest. If you have not yet done, please do, because the district calendar is out. We know that when the area contest will happen, we know when the division contest will happen. Give enough time for the contestants to prepare, for the contest management team members to prepare behind the scenes and to have a flawless contest. So start early, find a venue, fix the date. Work with the PR team. The contest is a good opportunity to bring in guests, to showcase the best speakers in your club, to showcase the formal method by which we take care of contests or we manage the contest. It's a great learning experience for them. It's a great motivation for guests to join our club. So use your PR skills, use your PR management team to market the event in the community that you serve. For example, if it's a corporate club, market it within your corporate. Bring people from other units so that they can participate in the contest. Bring some of your management team members to give a felicitation, 5 minutes felicitation. So it's a stamp of approval from them, to the Toastmasters fraternity. So all of these can happen if you plan well in advance. When you prepare the agenda, keep enough buffer. So consider the opening segment, consider Murphy's Law, consider opening segment, the sequence of contests, how many speakers are there, how much time which will each speaker take. For example, an international speech contest. The timing is 5 to 7 minutes. I have seen people calculate the timing using that 7 minutes as the base. But no, 7 minutes is not the base. Toastmasters International allows a 30-second grace. That is first round. Say it is 7 minutes, 30 seconds. So somebody can speak up to 7 minutes and 29 seconds. And then there is 1 minute silence for judges to mark their ballots. And then there is the audio and video checking. How many times did we do that today? So all of this give an average of 10 minutes per contestant in an international speech contest. And in an evaluation contest, you have the speaker has to walk in from the strong room. So give that addition. So have 5 minutes scheduled for the evaluation contest for the speaker. You might finish early, that's okay, but don't delay the audience. So prepare a schedule. Consider a keynote speech, for example. And if it's a speaker coming from a non-Toastmasters fraternity, he's not a contest role player, you can bring in external speakers to do a keynote speech for him. But talk to him about the agenda and how many minutes does he have, what is the timing. Many people don't know. I remember one event when it was the inauguration of a club, and we had a dignitary from one of the embassies attending. He was given 15 minutes. He went on to speak for 50 minutes, 50. And I remember sitting there showing time out like this, different cards. He's not stopping. And the entire event went on, and some of us had to catch a flight after that. And they don't know. They don't know what green means or red means. Tell them in advance, we'll give you notification of 15 minutes. Keep a buffer there also. Put an agenda. In the agenda, I put 20 minutes, give him 15 minutes so that there is some leeway for you to play around. Okay. So when you are designing the agenda, be creative, but also give a little bit of leeway in terms of buffers. Okay, contest chair. It's very clear there. Who appoints the chief judge? Contest chair. Who appoints the judges? Chief judge. So you know that. There was a time, and even now in some parts of the world, the contest chair also takes the pain of identifying judges. The chief judge just comes in at the last minute, does a briefing, collects the balance, tallies it, gives the results, and goes on. But the responsibility of identifying the judges panel is with the chief judge. But here, for a club contest, at least 2 weeks in advance. For the other contests, if we can do it earlier, it will be great, because we'll cover that in the judges training program and the chief judges training program. We need a variety of judges so that we take out the subjectivity and we have more objective results. I'll give you one more example. With permission from Arun, I was the chief judge for the district conference in Doha a few years back. For the final international speech contest, we had 16 judges. And those 16 judges were a mix of genders, mix of experiences. They came in from different countries. And our current international president was an international director at that time. She was in the audience and I went to her. I said, can you be a judge? She said, no, I cannot be a judge, because she was an international director. So bring in people from other districts, bring in people with varying experiences, bring in people with different genders, different qualities, different qualifications, so that we can avoid the subjectivity. Contest master. Anyone can explain what is a contest master? Or who is a contest master? Yes?
Person who calls up contestants on stage and one after the other.
Okay, so somebody, okay, give him a keychain, please. Okay. A contest master, all of you are IT guys, so I'll use IT parlance, is an outsourced responsibility of the contest chair. The contest chair manages a lot of tasks behind the scenes, and he or she is supposed to manage the contest on stage also. But like, for example, a contest chair, a VP education is managing 2 contests, both international and evaluation. There's a lot of things happening behind the scene. He or she cannot go on stage and run the contest. So he decides that the contest master will do that. So one contest master for international speech, another contest master for evaluation. And when that happens, all the rules applicable for the contest chair applies for the contest master also. Timers, at least 2 on-site, and since we are going to have hybrid, at least 2 on-site, online as well. Ballot counters for the club, area, division, club and area 2 for the division, you need 3. Sergeant terms, at least 2, as many as you can get, is what I would say. Involve people, use that as an opportunity to get people to participate in club events. Don't limit it to 2, don't do everything by yourself as a contest chair. Find one sergeant terms, like for example, he's a sergeant terms, he's sitting there. Give him a round of applause. He has been tied to the laptop. So there are some people in a contest who will be tied to the door. Someone who will only manage the clip mic. Someone who will do only the timing role. So find a lot of sergeant terms, get them involved in your contest. Online moderators, again, test speaker, the contest chair finds out the test speaker, bring somebody from outside your club, that person remains anonymous. What the project objectives are remains anonymous. Nobody knows about it. Only at the last minute, when the person is introduced, or just before that, maybe when the clip mic is clipped on, people will know that this is the test speaker. Otherwise, he or she has to remain anonymous. All the documents are available in our District 121 site. District 121 toastmasters.org/contest is where you go. Everything will be available. Even these presentations will be available there. So you don't need to write down notes at this point in time. Okay, again, some of the aspects that we mentioned, plan well in advance, order the trophies, order the certificates, everything ahead. At least I put 1 day. I would rather be more careful, at least a few days before the contest. It has to be available. Eligibility of contestants is the responsibility of a contest chair. Who is eligible to participate in a contest? Eligible.
Paid member.
Okay, that is for the international speech contest. For the evaluation contest?
Level 2
Somebody said
completed.
no eligibility.
Paid
Incorrect
member with
answer.
level 2 completion.
A paid member is the first eligibility criteria. For evaluation contest, that should be good enough. But for international speech contest, you have at least level 2 completion or a distinguished Toastmaster. Just for information, from this year, for the old timers who have gone through the traditional CC and all, does not apply. If you have a DTM from the traditional path, that applies, but otherwise it's only level 2 and DTM that's available this year onwards from eligibility. And we have had situations where doesn't matter, whichever DTM. So logically, if you are a DTM from the pathways, you would have already completed level 2. So we have had situations where we had to disqualify a winner at the division level, because the paid member eligibility was not applied. So we didn't notice, or the people who organized the contest didn't notice. That person came and participated at the division level, won at the division level, and then we had to disqualify that person. So please take care. And the rule states that if or you have to be eligible throughout the contest sequence. So if you come to the division level and you find out that you are not eligible to compete in the club level, you can still be disqualified. Okay, so eligibility, contest chair is responsible. You can have different mechanisms to manage or to check the eligibility. Confirm availability of all people. Keep backups, even for contest master, even for yourself if possible, as a contest chair. Okay, keep a backup. So, for example, last minute, you have not identified a contest master. You said that okay, you will do the contest master role on stage. Unfortunately, your voice breaks down. Can't change the contest date and time because everybody is prepared. So keep a backup, so that that's taken care of. The contest chair manages the briefing for the contestants. Role player briefing is taken care of by the chief judge. You might help the chief judge with identifying timers and tally counters, but the briefing is done by the chief judge. Contestant briefing is done by the contest chair. Suggestion or recommendation, do it at least a couple of days in advance. You may use an online environment, doesn't matter. Okay. To do the briefing, go through the processes, go through the briefing itself, get the documentation signed off. There is a speaker's originality certificate, all of those documents signed off, and do the draw of lots upfront so that the speakers know that it makes it easy for you to share the speaking order with the judges, the tally counters, the timers, and everybody else, rather than running around at the last minute. I have said this, I will not repeat that. Okay, so during the briefing, ensure all contestants are there. Either they have to be there in person or they can send their proxies. When I say proxies, ideally the second place winner should come there as the proxy, because if the primary contestant is not able to make it to the contest, then automatically the second place winner from the club or the area upwards gets the opportunity. So everybody should be present there during the draw of lots. Reconfirm eligibility status. One of the important aspects that need to take care of, especially during the briefing, is the pronunciation of names. You're going to pronounce their names in front of a large audience. Ensure that it is done right. Some of us have tricky names. Okay? Maybe because of the non-familiarity with those kind of names. So ensure that that is taken care of. Review the requirements for an online contest. So here, speaking in front of the audience is easy. If the mic doesn't work, I can just shout at the top of my voice and everybody will hear that. Judges will hear that. Online, there are technology challenges that can come in. Murphy's Law can work there also. So have the contestants who are going to take part in contest online, have a strong primary network connection, have a backup connection, have a mechanism that you will be able to get back into the contest room in 2 minutes time. We'll cover that a little bit later on and do a draw of lots. Randomizer tools are available. You don't need to write on pieces of paper like we used to do in the past, but it's very simple. Timer. The good experience to be a timer, but a difficult job in my opinion. You don't get to listen to any of the speeches. If you listen too carefully, then you will play around with your timing. But it's a careful job. Last year, in one of the contests, I think it is the area level or the division level, I don't remember. We had to disqualify one contestant because he went overboard by 10 milliseconds. No, because the first minute, up to 31 minutes, we have a leeway.
No, it's very clear to send something.
Yeah.
In the rule book, what it says is even till the number 0 turns as 1.
Yeah, that's what last year also was the case. So this had turned over by a few milliseconds and we had to disqualify. So that means the timer's responsibility is very important. From the time you start the speech or first verbal or non-verbal communication as the rule book says until when he says over to the contest chair. It has to be timed properly and it has to be recorded properly. You are now playing around with a potential world champion now if you miss that few seconds. Okay, one important point here, if you are given the responsibility of a timer in a contest, many of us have the habit of using a mobile phones as a stopwatch, but if you are using it, put the mobile on airplane mode. If a call comes through at that time, that's not within our control. It will play around with the entire timing. You will now be more tense and you will try to cut off. And if it is in that last 10 milliseconds here and there, then you are in trouble. So if you are using a mobile phone, always put it on airplane mode and then use it so that no calls come through. Preferably, recommended approach is to use a stopwatch. There's about $100 you get a stopwatch. Okay. In all the budget items, you include buying a stopwatch if possible. Okay, ballot counters, I will not spend. Yes.
Is there anyone who will be timing the time? This is a very important criteria. We can see like
the chief judge will be looking over their shoulder. Yeah, so just for information, there are 2 timers. Physically, in a hybrid mode, there are 2 timers here and 2 timers online. So the chief judge will look at all of their results 25 minutes, 30 minutes. Yeah, okay. So there are multiple timers, and sometimes the chief judges are cautious. So at least for the first 2 speakers, the chief judge also will time just to ensure that the timers are doing their job. So all of these checks and balances are there. Ballot counters, it's a different responsibility. They will tally the results that are given by the judges and come up with the results that will be covered in the judges and chief judges training. Sergeant terms, a lot of them are required for the contest room, for the waiting room, and for clip mic. So if there are ladies participating, have a lady sergeant terms to help them to wait so that they are more comfortable with handling that. During the contest, you need to collect the mobile phones, give them back, don't take it home. All of those aspects have to be taken care of. So give different responsibilities to different people rather than if one, the contest chair or the contest master doing it. Yeah. The online moderator takes care of everything that happens online. Spotlighting the speaker, ensuring that the recording is on, and managing the waiting rooms, managing or muting, unmuting the audience, disabling the chat options, all of those taken care of by the moderator. So during the contest, the moderator logs in at least 45 minutes before, not running in at the last minute and taking care of the contest. And there are settings that needs to be done, all of them which are listed here. I will not go through that. Give it to an experienced person. Put one more person who is not so experienced along with him so that the new person learns. Next year, we have 2 moderators than just one. Yeah. And that is true for all the roles, including judges, especially at the club level. Give opportunity to newly trained judges to judge at the club level. For area, yes, you can be a little bit more careful. but it is true. Give experience to a lot of people. The contestants. So there's an important one about the primary and backup network connection. And just for your information, what we have decided at the district level is that if there is a technical challenge and the speaker gets logged out, we'll give him or her 2 minutes to log in back. And this is applicable only for the international speech contest. For evaluation contest, if you are out of the room, that's it. The judges will mark their ballots based on whatever they have heard until that time. Okay, because the two reasons for evaluation contest being that way, one is that it's only a total of 3 minutes. And then we can't, for the last 30 seconds, we can't give the 2 minutes time to reconnect. Second, there is a rule which states that at any point in time, even while they are waiting the waiting room or the strong room, they have to be in the presence of a sergeant at arms who takes care of that. So if you drop off, obviously that rule is broken and we don't know what is happening behind the scenes. To be fair on all the contestants, we have not allowed it for evaluation. For the international speech contest, yes. Okay, contest chair or contest master, read the rule book. That is an important element. The scripts will be available on District 121 websites. There is an update that is coming through probably sometime soon, but it is already available there for you to use it. All of these, okay. We get carried away when we stand in front of the mic, but read the script rather than go impromptu. It's a contest, it's a formal environment, don't play around. You have a flexibility. The first maybe 1 minute when you are introducing, you can use your own term, but even that, write down. And then read it. Read slow and clear. Fortunately or unfortunately, we don't have the table topics contest. Otherwise, we could have explained that a little bit further because that requires you to be consistent for a longer period of time. Enforce the silent period, that 1 minute of silence in between the speakers, and adjourn the contest after you confirm with the chief judge that all judges' ballots have been collected. At the end, normally we say that it is 2 minute silence or 3 minute silence. That is not applicable. It is until the chief judge confirms that all the ballots have been collected. At that point in time, even without the results being announced, the contest chair can adjourn the contest, and it's recommended to do that. Yeah. Okay, post contest. If there are protests, the contest chair is also responsible to manage the protest, but it will be covered in the chief judge's training. The contest chair typically announces the results. One important note, please don't ask for the audience to guess who the winners are. We have had many situations. I don't have time to explain that right now. Please don't ask the audience to guess. Go there, announce the third place winner, second place winner, and the first place winner. You can be creative within that, but don't ask for guesses. And the logistics part, reimburse, pay monies, submit the accounts to the finance manager. She's eagerly waiting there. Okay, I'm done with the presentation. Any questions, please use the mechanism that is being informed by the organizers. We'll take the questions post lunch when we have the discussions. I hope we will have a lot of contest managers. We will have a lot of timers, tally counters, and contest masters, and also a good number of audience members in this year's contest. Wish you all the best, and I hand you go back to the
Thank you, distinguished Toastmaster Safir Aziz, for that comprehensive session on contest management. And I'd just like to put it on record, your Master of Ceremonies today is definitely a paid memory. Okay, and as he mentioned, a chief judge plays a pivotal role in any contest, right? Not through voting, but by picking the judges for the contest. And by picking, I don't mean literally picking them up, but by nominating them as judges. Right. So to enlighten us further on chief judges, we have a person who has been a Toastmaster since 2015. He is a distinguished Toastmaster and has served as area director and a division director in District 92. He has served as the area club extension chair for District 121 in 2020-2021. He has conceptualized and delivered numerous innovative events in Toastmasters. The unique Hatke series, the APJ Abdul Kalam Memorial Speech Contest, which consisted of 12 districts in 8 countries, and Hearathon, which is learning from great speeches. He's also an IT industry leader, a motivational speaker, an Indian heritage researcher, temple architecture geek, amateur historian, museum lover, leadership coach, youth catalyst, and most importantly, a Bangalore. And he's also currently the chief judge of District 121. With a tremendous round of applause, please welcome distinguished Toastmaster Arun Ramaratnam.
Hello, everybody. Oh. Okay. It's great to be here. My first time I'm appearing before D121 as a chief judge. I'd first like to start off with thanking the district leadership for this immense responsibility that I've been bestowed with. The reason is we're all Toastmasters and we are here because we want to be great speakers. And what is the biggest event that we have? The contest. And that's what is the best part or the icing on the cake in a conference. Every one of us here in this room has a big role to play. Whether you're doing, I know many of you are doing contest management or judging for the first time, but let me assure you that the responsibility of making sure that the contests run in a manner that the district can be proud is with every one of us in this room and online. The reason is, this is one activity that touches every club and every member in terms of what we do. This is our core purpose, to showcase the best talent that we have through the contest sequence, right? So irrespective of what role you're playing, whether you're going to be a role taker, I know Safi touched upon the audience. I know there are some people here who may have come in just to get exposure, who may be audience, and people who, okay, I should have got this echo. People who are actually going to be playing key roles, any role that you're playing, trust me, is going to impact or make or break the fortunes of a speaker. If you're a timer and you just look this way and answer your phone, and you miss a few seconds or get something wrong, you're actually going to mess up a contestant's preparation of a few months and perhaps make them lose an opportunity to win. And please remember, we have a responsibility of making the best talent in our district go all the way to the top. Therefore, every one of you has an important role to play. So first, I want all of you to recognize that every one of us have to be diligent and extremely serious about this contest cycle. And that is the key message I want to leave with you. The rest of it is detailed. First of all, I want you to recognize Toastmasters has a very well-established set of manuals, procedures, training material, and in our district, we have immense knowledge to help every one of you in this journey. Please remember that today is actually the kickoff of this journey for being part of this cycle. So if you're a judge, don't think and panic that you have to learn everything today. Today is the kickoff. As long as you can get the fundamentals and understand your role, the manuals will teach you the rest. They're very easy to follow. My job here today is to make sure you get the fundamentals and also make sure and be aware of how important your role is and what can go wrong. More than what can go right, I want you to know what can go wrong. Right? Before I get started, it's what every president, I know many of you may not be here, I want everyone in this room to go back to your respective constituencies in your ecosystem of a club or area and tell those who couldn't make it today, unfortunately, the importance of these roles. So everybody who's a president or an area director or a division director or a role taker or even a timer at a club contest is extremely important. So with that, we'll get started with this session. I'm going to start with this important slide. So essentially on the left, you have 4 important phases, right? So this is a Chief Judge training program. It's applicable even for everybody to understand how the whole thing works. The first part is the preparation part. So who becomes a Chief Judge, right? They can invite any of you who's been trained in the room with some experience to manage that role. This role is extremely important because of one reason. You are the voice of the district for that contest, whether it's happening at the club level or the area level or whatever it is, because as Chief Judge of that contest, right? So my role is to be the Chief Judge of the district. Many of you may be playing the role of Chief Judge for a contest at a club or an area or a division level. So in a sense, if you have any questions, you're playing that role, don't hesitate to reach out to me. And you know, Safin is also very experienced between us. We are here to be custodians to guide you through the rest till the final contest is over. Now, the first part is preparation, wherein you do a lot of work before it gets started. Safin mentioned in his session that the contest chair will appoint the Chief Judge. One thing I'd like everybody here to know is that, what am I doing wrong? Getting an echo. AV team, am I doing anything wrong to get the echo? Okay, so it's like, please, as club officers or area directors, appoint the Chief Judge for your contest at least a month in advance. They have a lot of work to do. You will not get judges if you run in the last 2 weeks. People have commitments. So the first important thing is to start early. Yeah, they're not able to hear me? Okay. So please get started early and you can have the best Chief Judge on the planet. But if you get them late in the game, you already lost the battle. So please start early. And for most clubs, and I request the area directors to work with the clubs to plan the calendar of the club contest well ahead in your area, and the division directors to make sure that the clubs in their complete division are well planned with the help of the area director. This is the most important thing, the calendar and identifying the Chief Judges well in advance, not scurrying in the last minute. If you have done that, there's a high probability that you'll do this stuff well. If you start late, no matter how well you know the rules, no matter how great the Chief Judge you're getting, or the judges that you have, your contest will be a mess. Okay, so please keep this thing in mind. So this has 2 parts, getting a Chief Judge appointed and also having a contest master who will assist the contest chair. The other one is actually, these are all the roles, responsibilities under the contest chair, right? Then there's the briefing, and then there's the contest, and then there's the post-contest. So these are the 4 different things that happens. And there are 2 role takers, which are very
I think both the devices are
What am I doing now? Yeah, I guess that's interfering with something. Okay, so what do I move slides?
The distance from the speaker.
Oh, too close to the speaker. Is this better?
Yes.
Nirvana, thank you. Okay.
I'm sorry. Can you start right in front of this camera? That should be.
Yeah.
Is this good? I hope this one interfered. Great. There are 3 key stakeholders. The contestant.
A little ahead, sir. More away from the speaker, it will avoid. Don't turn the mic towards.
Is it okay?
Yes.
Right. So there are 3 key role takers: the contest chair, the Chief Judge assigned, and also the respective club officer. If it's area, it's the area director. If it's president, whoever. These three play a very key role, though we have highlighted two, but the president or the area director has an emotional responsibility to make sure that things go well. At the end of the day, everybody else is coming to help you. It's your home. You want to make sure that things are done. So the diligence expressed by the president or the area director or the division director is extremely key to make this process successful. So please keep that in mind. This can make or break the whole thing. Now, the contest chair, with the briefing, you essentially, you brief the contestant and all that, which I think Safir has covered already, so I'm not getting too much into that. And then you manage the contest, and then you post the results and announce the results. Let's get to see what the chief judge does. The chief judge appoints the judges. It's the responsibility of the chief judge to make sure that he gets the judges for that specific contest. And he also appoints the role players. He'll work with the officers, but then he'll appoint them. He's not going to hunt for them, he'll appoint them. So there's a subtle difference between looking for them and appointing them. And then, of course, you have a bunch of role takers, judges, timers, they say, this and that. And the most important thing that happens is the chief judge has an extremely important role to be on the front foot when the contest is happening. You see anything off the process, stop. As Indians, we generally, culturally, let it go on, it's okay, it's only a minor issue. No. Remember that it's important for you to stop if you think that something can impact the quality of the outcome. Right? So it's an extremely responsible role. So if you're a chief judge, don't hesitate to make a call. Right? It's very important. Right? And the other thing, of course, is post-contest, which is manage protests and prepare results. Managing protests is an important part, and I shall cover that too. Okay, so I hope this is clear in terms of the three key stakeholders and how the chief judge has to be appointed well ahead, and the fact that the three of them work in concert to make things happen. All right, so I'll go to the next one. So we already talked about the most important manual, which is the contest rule book. There's also a beautiful guide, and we shall share all of this on the district website. But please be aware there is a online best practices guide. As you could make out today, even at a district event, sometimes there are some hiccups that happen on the online hybrid model. So imagine you're doing this as a club level, it's that much more daunting. You have lesser resources, lesser budgets. So please never take the hybrid model lightly. Rehearse, practice well ahead, because this is going to be the biggest deal breaker at a club level. Try and do as much as possible your judges though the rule book allows people to be online, but don't play that game. As much as possible, unless avoidable, have the judges on premise. Some contestants may have to be away because they're in a different city, you can't change that. Like especially some clubs have members in different cities, you can't do much. But even there, if possible, even in the interest of the contestant, if I come and speak here versus I'm online, I'm more effective in person than online. So that's something, it's an incentive for the contestant as well. So if you're a serious contestant, I have been a contestant, try to be online, offline if you can. If you can't, we'll still figure it out. So this rule book is important. The online best practices guide is extremely important. There's also one for area directors and division directors, which you can have a look at. And those are the major go-to material. There's also one link on the website, which gives you online training for all these things. Okay, so that's a video kind of a thing which is available, which you can use. And last one, of course, is the fact that there are some changes between last year and this year. There's just one little change, and that's also sort of highlighted. It's not very significant. Okay, now let's go to the general rules. The rule book is your Bible. Don't go by, especially if you're an experienced judge, don't go by previous year's experience. Go by what the rule book says. If you make if you're a chief judge, if you make a ruling, be clear to answer a challenge from somebody and say which part of the book you're ruling from. All right, that's very important to say. All right, then one thing I have a request. One of the common problems we have is there are many clubs which just nominate a contestant to the next level. Please don't do this. If you're area director or division director, convince people to have a contest. If you're not doing that, we're losing half the battle before we start. Your members may not end up going to the district level, but then they would be building capacity for the next year. So one of our responsibilities is not just send one ambassador to the next level, but to create a pool of speakers for future contests. So please take this seriously. And if you have a contest, please make sure you attempt at least 5 contestants per club, not 1 or 2. I've seen clubs where 2 people are contesting, 1 wins, right? Just consider this. Take Australia versus India in cricket, right? India had it easy, we went all through and finally picked up the post. Australia fought, fell, failed, and finally they aced in the final. Same thing happens for a contestant. If a club contestant does not get a chance at the club level to contest and go straight to the district level without a contest at the club level, he's not warmed up. The tires are not warm. So if you want your contestant in your club to win, for God's sake, have a contest, because even if he's the best speaker, he needs a warm-up. And that's very important. And that warm-up should happen at the area level. So this is very important. All right. Now, so I shall cover some of the important ones. One of the important rules is there are people who contest from different clubs, because they want more than one chance to get. I did that once. I mean, my VRAT president is shaking his head. I joined VRAT that way, right? I didn't make it in Electronic City, so I joined VRAT. But the thing is, there's a rule that if you clear, you cannot be in 2 different area contests. So this is important for everybody to be there. At the initial level, you can be in multiple clubs, but you have to make a choice that after you get to the area level, there's only one area you can contest from, even if you're eligible from multiple areas and you're one in different clubs. You can only contest in one area. So this is a rule that we need to be aware. So chief judges, who are going to play this role, please make sure you enforce this rule. Now, who can be a judge? Okay. So essentially, standard things, you basically a paid member, you have a certain, the old path you've done 6 projects, or you've done, the pathway level 2, and that's basic requirement. And you should also be a paid up member. The club should also be outstanding. That's also important. And we recommend that the person is physically there in the room so that, it kind of makes it easy. And, right. And then we also have, how do you go about selecting a judge? It's a very important part and should spend some time. And then the other part is protest. The rest of it is reasonably easy to manage. So as far as selection of judges is concerned, I've seen this happen. I'm going to be very blunt. I've also done this as an officer. Half the time we find who's available. Whoever raises his hand, lagao, put him there in the room. Doesn't work well. I want you to design the judges that you want. The reason is, you've seen our Indian electoral system, right? And the reservations. While this is not a rule, it's just an advice from me. Try to have as many judges that you can have, especially at the club level. I'll tell you why. If you fail at a club level, you may be a good speaker. I see many people fail at a club level because of judging. They get some people, put them in the room, and they're doing judging for the first time. This can cause havoc. So please don't, as a chief judge, have somebody as a judge unless you're checked with them. Have you at least done some judging in some small club contest 2-3 times? Have you familiar with the ballot? The person's asking me what is a ballot? Please don't have it, because then you're damaging a child. Or you coach them and put them into the room. But I would suggest that at least encourage them to do 1 or 2 informal contests so they are familiar with the pressure of judging. Judging does cause tension. Trust me, even the best judges know that you want to make the right choice. And even now, even at the international level, everybody's scoring to see, did I get the scoring right? You would have seen this happen. Why? We're always improving. So when you're getting into judging and you're the chief judge, pay some attention to designing how you're choosing these 8 people or 5 people or whatever that might be. I recommend try more because you average out the biases. Some clubs go with 3 and all of that. We didn't find anybody. Please work with us, with me, with the Safir, with the division directors. Attempt 7 at least, or 8. Especially if you have a combination of online and offline, you want some backup judges online. If the main judge cannot hear, one judge cannot hear, you want the backup judge to take over in case you have some judges remote. But at a club level, I recommend have them in the room and have more judges and have, when you choose judges, make sure that you have a diversity of male and female, young and old, officers and speakers. I see many times we load it with officers, don't look around for past speakers. So have some reservations in your head if you're chief judge saying, if I have 8, 4 will be officers, 4 can be past speakers who have spoken in earlier contests, male, female, young, old. So look at that combination. The chances that you get it right are very high. But to do this, you need a month. Nobody's going to drop their daily work and say, yeah, let's assume my president is, let's say, one of you is the chief judge, and then I say, hey, can you just get me 4? I'll get who I can. Right? So give that time. So this is very important. So I think I've kind of covered, the other thing is quantity. Who all you need to set up, right? Timers, ballot counters. So this is technical detail, not really the essence. You can look up the book. This presentation will be available. You just need to find out how many you need for each. Now, the other important thing is conflict of interest. You cannot have a mentor being a judge or a mentee. So this works 2 ways. Sometimes the judge may not know, but this is where code of conduct of Toastmasters comes in. If you are a judge, please declare a conflict of interest and abstain and recuse yourself. It's expected as a basic integrity thing. But don't go and judge somebody where you know somebody. That just breaks the process. So please be very, it's hard for a chief judge to know everybody's mentees, but please make sure you don't do that. Right? And last point is a nice one. There are some rules given for minimum quality, right? Please go above, aim to do higher. Suppose the rule says at least have 5 judges for a club. If not, what best you can. Don't settle for that low standard. Settle for a few notches higher. That's when you can do a better club contest. So the point that go beyond the minimum criteria is extremely important if you want to do a good job. Right. Okay, so this is the sheet that says if it's a club or an area or whatever, how is your, how many do you need for each of the roles? It talks about tie-breaking judges, regular judges, voting judges, counters, and timers. Primarily, most of you can focus on the first or the second one. And I'm more worried about, as the chief judge, the quality of club contests, because I know when we get to area and division, the senior folks come in and generally make sure things are streamlined. Bulk of the quality dip happens at the club level. And that's where we lose the battle. I've been around for a while. I see clubs do what best they can, and they need help, unfortunately. Some of them struggle to run. So as leaders, every one of you, try to see how you can help a club run a better contest. I want every one of you here to promise me, and it's a request I'm going to make all of you. Everybody in this room has got some experience. Please help one club personally to make sure that they have a good club contest. Make sure that all the things are done. If they're struggling for judges, help them with it. They're struggling for role takers, help them with it. They're struggling to motivate members to speak and have less than 5 speakers, go and talk to their members. And this is what will make a contest cycle successful. Unfortunately, we have no measures to measure how many people contested. In my view, if I had a choice as chief judge, we must triple the number of contestants at the base level at a club, because that's when we can create a pipeline of great speakers 3 years down. It's like the Indian cricket team. You see, you have more IPL, you have more great players at the higher level, right? So it's like that. So 5 years, 10 years back, we hardly had pace bowlers, but now we have so many pace bowlers, right? So it's like that. So let's see more contests at the club. Yeah, that was 3, right? Now this is the judges' briefing. That is just before you start. You know, you sort of you have to brief all the judges, and you have to make sure that they're all eligible, and then make sure that they're familiar with the judging criteria. You check with all the judges, and we see in the sheets. As a chief judge, you got to double check all this, not assume. Don't think that a chief judge is like the president of the country. You're like the prime minister in a sense. You've got to get into details. You're not just signing documents. If you're doing that, then you're not doing your role. You have to double check and triple check and guide it, the team that's happening, right? Consider only today's performance. This is very important. Don't judge. If you know somebody and you've seen them perform in previous years, it's common. Don't judge them by their earlier performance, judge them by today's performance. Your job is to rank the first and second and third winners on the balance sheet. You do your own computation, and then, except the tiebreaker judge, who is to rank all the contestants. Suppose there are 8 contestants, you rank all of them. For the rest of you, you just have to rank the top 3. Scoring is one thing, ranking is another. I shall show you the sheets, you don't have to worry. Yeah. Right. Let's talk about the tie-breaking judge. This is a very important part. Judges are meant to be anonymous. You pick one of the senior judges. If you had to choose one person whose opinion you value the most on maturity and getting the answer right, choose that person as your tie-breaking judge, and nobody will know. It's just between you and that judge, right? So please keep this in mind, because when there is a tie, you're going to go by this person's opinion, and you're going to leave the rest of the people because they've already got a tie. So that person has to be right. If their judgment is not great, you got the contest wrong. So when you, as chief judge, pick the tiebreaker judge, make sure you are sure, doubly sure, do reference check. If you don't know them personally, talk to people who know and seen them over time. Do this diligence, otherwise you're hurting the credibility of the process. It's very important. And you are presiding over it. So remember that. And yeah, this person will rank all speakers and hand over the ballot, not to the ballot counter, but only to the chief judge. The chief judge will have it in the back of their envelope, in the back pocket, and use it only if there's a time. Otherwise, you'll tear it and throw it away. Right? Sergeant at Arms, a lot of people think, find the youngest guy in the club, make him Sergeant at Arms. Sorry, guys. For a contestant, I have been a contestant. Like, let's take today, for example. If today was a contest, and if we had to wait for 30 minutes before the first contestant speaks, he's already unsettled. It can happen. Today is a training, so it's okay. But imagine this was a contest. The speaker is all prepared, ready to gear up. You may not have had breakfast. You'd assume he'll be done in 30 minutes, and you make him wait for an hour. And then, so please remember whether the infrastructure, the technology at the club level, test it earlier. It's very hard for a club, but this is very, very important, right? So Sergeant at Arms role and the Zoom Master's role are very important in a hybrid contest. So there's no entry here for the Zoom Master. I'm assuming that the Sergeant at Arms is an extension of the Zoom Master. Okay, I can do that. Thanks. So we're talking about the Sergeant at Arms and why that role is very important. Particularly, you do not want, you double up the Zoom Masters, make sure that the physical room that you have, all the hygiene done, people not walking in, all these are hygiene, you do it for a regular club. But for a contest, something happens wrong. The mood of the speaker gets affected. That's something we should never make happen. So a Sergeant at Arms role is great, or a Zoom Master's role is great, but nobody knows you did something, right? Because you did a great job. So just keep this in mind. This is, and club presidents, area directors, division directors, don't choose somebody as a Sergeant at Arms, but an experienced person for this role and the timer. The minute you have a contest, these roles, though nominally in a club, we pick whoever is available. These become significantly important when you're doing a club contest. I just want all of you to work with that. Yeah. All right. Confidentiality is prime. These people have access to a lot of information. So the code of conduct that you don't let it go outside the room is very important. Okay, timers. We normally double up timers. In timers role, I've seen this happen so many times. As a contestant, couple of times I've felt somewhere 1 minute was lost. Because I've prepared my speech, I've rehearsed it to the T, but I can't do a thing. Okay? This is the contestant's bane. So please remember, you're not just timing, you're not doing an administrative function, you're making or breaking somebody's speaking career. So if you're the kind who's not capable of concentrating for 2 hours if it's or 1 hour if it's a contest, for God's sake, don't do that role. Say, I love seeing my SMSs, I'm not qualified to be a timer. Right? And you need to do that. If you don't have the personal discipline to stay off gadgets, don't play this role because the timer's role makes or break as a speaker. Nobody else will know. The speaker will think, I had another 30 seconds in my speech, what happened? Right? And suddenly you realize, oh, right? That's why having 2 timers is important so that you can prod each other if you made a mistake. Tally counters, multiple of them, they anonymously go collect from the judges. If it's online, you devise a WhatsApp mechanism to do that. And there's a very detailed online manual which you need to refer, and it has all these scenarios covered with. Okay, one of the things I cover here is please be early. Normally, sometimes I've had a situation where I was a contestant at the club level and the chief judge came 45 minutes late because of Bangalore traffic. Please don't do that, right? If you can't arrive an hour earlier, don't be the chief judge for that contest, right? And liaise with the contest chair because you have to double check with the contest chair. Don't think I'm some chief judge and I'm chief, I'll come, I'll sign the thing and go. You are working in partnership with the contest chair, and that's very important. So this is the third part, when the contest is running, what is the chief judge do? So these are all standard things which I think Safir has covered. But the most important thing in this is, if there is a problem and you sense something is not okay, stop the contest. Take a few minutes to think if something needs to be done. You think the contest master is not doing something right, stop them. Or if you think that the timer is not showing the cards right, stop them. These won't happen if you've spoken to them before the contest and double check that they're all familiar with their roles. So that's a trick for you to avoid runtime issues. If you're getting runtime issues, you're not done your preparation time work well, or Murphy struck. More often than not, it's not Murphy, it's preparation. Right? Yeah, not bad. Read in my mind. If something's not right, call the contest, fix it. I like that summary. Post-contest action. This part is important. So essentially what happens is, you have the tally counters, they go and pick up the stuff. You go and get the tie-breaking contest quietly so that you know what it is, you know who that person is. And what happens is, make sure that you do your diligence of overseeing what the ballot counters do. Signing is very important, and also making sure that they've given all the given it completely is very important. We can reject a ballot as a chief judge. This is very important. So as judges, those are going to be judges, please don't do all the hard work and forget to sign, or just give 3 names or give 2 names, or those kind of simple things. Please, I've seen this happen a few times at club level or area level where someone's forgotten to sign. So we had to discard that good judge's ballot. Right? So this is something that's very important. So this is the ballot. For those who have not seen, this is how we tally. Okay, we shall show the ballot in the next session, which is for the judges training. That will show you the actual ballot. So essentially, you have the names of judges on the rows and the name of the contestants on the right. And based on the 1, 2, 3, there's a score to be given, and you put that in, and then you total it, and that's about it. Right? So you will be ranking all of these, and that's pretty much what happens. In the event of a tie, the chief judge will pick up that paper from the tie-breaking judge, look it up, and then I'll have a scenario for that also. This is the tie-breaking scenario. For those of you wondering what is this magical thing called tiebreaker, how does it work? Sounds very powerful that one guy can take out a sheet and then do some magic. This is what happens. This happens not in all contests, only when the judges, when you add their scores, 1 or more of the places have been tied by collectivity. You have to figure it out. So let's take 2 scenarios. Let's take that these are the 5 people contesting.
Rajesh, Matthew, Narayan, Amar, Charles. There's one scenario where this is the outcome. First place is tied, right? So what happens here? You break the tie, and then we see. So you look up what has Mr. Tiebreaker Judge said. In the tiebreaker judge's sheet, his number one was Ahmed, and Charles was second. So you prioritize that way. That's where the tiebreakers, individual scorecard matters. And this is also the reason why they make sure that they rank all of them, not just the top 3 for other judges. Right? If you're a normal judge, only the top 3. If you're a tiebreaker, if there are 8 contestants, you have to rank all the 8 1 to 8. So that irrespective of where the final score is, you can figure this out. So in this case, Ahmed, Charles, and Rajesh, so Matthew got kicked out because of the fact that there was already somebody tied earlier. Now, the next scenario, Rajesh and Narayan in place 2 are tied. And then again, you look at the sheet. And in that sheet, this is the tiebreaker's ballot. You find that Rajesh is higher and Narayan is number 3. So then you go by Matthew, Rajesh, and Narayan. It's very simple. This is what the tiebreaker's ballot options were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right? I hope this is very simple. It's just a simple way of dereferencing based on one person's judgment. And that is the reason why we need to make sure that the right person with the right maturity and the right skills is given that opportunity to be the tiebreaker. And if there is no tie, that person has no work to do because we go by the collective wisdom of the judges. Right? So I hope this is clear to all first-time judges or chief judges. Okay. This is the results form. It's very administrative. You just have to fill who are 1, 2, 3, and then fill it up, sign it off, and give it. So it's not much to spend time about. This is about announcements. I think Safir already covered it. Don't do all that fancy stuff of can you guess and all. Just be matter of factly, quickly zero in. While as MOC, it might excite you to ask all those questions, but make sure you keep it professional and less stressful on everybody. Just go with the announcement and in reverse order. And there are also some rules on. I hope you will not have to use these rules. There are lesser number of contestants and the rules of which positions can be offered. So what's my ask to all of you? At least look for 5 contestants per club. Will you all promise me to do that? Will you encourage your members to do that? I'll give you a nice example. I'll take my personal club. Electronic City Toastmasters has one of the finalists. He's sitting here, Suresh. He was a finalist in the previous year. Okay. The next year when we had a contest, what will people think? Yeah, district finalist is there in the club. What chance do we have? No, we got 12 people to contest. And they gave him a run for the money. It's a different matter that he aced it. But at the end of it, he did this. My God, 12 fellows had to beat. That is a good sign because make even the district finalist earn his place. Then he knows that he has to live up to the expectations of the club. So that's very important. To try and get at least 5 people per club to contest, and that will be great success. And if you are ever going to nominate somebody, please call me. I want to speak to that club personally. Request to area directors, division directors, if any club is going to nominate a person, you need to dial my number, otherwise you're letting me down. Okay, so this is very important. And if at any point you're having less than 5 people contesting, again call me. If you're having less than 5 judges in a club level contest without diversity, call me again. I'll be there to help. Okay, we can make it happen as a team, but please alert us on time. Okay. Right. This is all right. Destroy all documents. Once you have declared, there are no protests. We'll talk about protests later. And if you announce things, tear up all these documents. Nobody should know what went into it at that time. It's just between the chief judge and the individual judges. That's all. Nobody else needs to know. The tally counters will know. But that's where the integrity part is important and the confidentiality part is important. They're sworn by oath not to let that outside the room. Yeah. All right. Notifications of winners. So I'll skip this. This is procedural. No big deal. You all will do that. Now we come to protests. This is like, how do I put it? This is like a fight scene of the
item number in a Bollywood movie. So it's like, it has to be there, it will happen sometime. Pray that it never happens. Because once it happens, it gets a little tricky and ugly and all of that. And that's where the role of a chief judge becomes extremely important. Because as far as you're concerned, when there is a protest, the chief judge must stick to the guidelines and the rules as established in the rules manual. At some point you have a doubt, don't worry, it's okay, we're all human. You can look up the guide and double check if you're in doubt. We're all human, so we can have an error. So if you're at a first time chief judge or something like that, have a mentor who's done it, been there, done that many times before. Ask them to be there in case you have a query. It's perfectly fine, because as chief judge, your job is to get that situation right. For some reason, we're unclear how to handle it. Have that person tell, like this Kaun Banega Crorepati, you make a call and somebody is available, have your mentor available and they will guide you. Don't tell them the details of the contest. Say, I have a situation like this, is my interpretation right? It's okay to check. Because if you make a wrong interpretation, again, you're messing the contest. But don't divulge anything that is private to the contest and must stay indoors, but have a coach who can be there, who can guide you. And this is very important for chief judges at the club and area level. Beyond that, we don't have a problem because the dadas will be there, right? We never have the problem at that level. So it can be launched for 2-3 reasons. Eligibility. We know that, whether the judges and as well as the contestant, eligibility is a very important part. They need to make sure that's there. So someone can say that this person is not eligible and therefore I raise the protest, and that can happen. The other one is originality, plagiarization. You heard same speak somewhere else and you copied somebody's ideas in Toastmasters. It's not only important to make a good speech, but also make an honest speech so that you don't sort of whack somebody's entire speech. Certain provisions on how much you can use, but that's okay. But nevertheless, as much as possible, try to create an original speech that you can. And then also references to other contestants' speeches. Earlier, it was fashionable for you to come as the third speaker and refer to the first speaker and all of that. Now they decided we had enough of that. Stick to your speech, do your job, go back. So if somebody refers to another contestant's speech, they can be, a protest can be raised and that can become an issue. Now, a protest can be lodged only by a judge or by a contestant. Right, so whoever is a judge or a contestant, raise it to the chief judge, and they will kind of handle it. You can also raise it to the contest chair because they are partners working on this together. Protest shall be handled only after tallying the results. Right, you have finished the tally, and then if there are any protests, people will ask, but that's before the results are announced. Right? Okay. So this is about eligibility. I think you already covered this in the first slide. Who all is eligible to contest? So those rules of have you got a qualification? Are you a member in standing? Is your club a member in standing and things like that? And you should also not be standing for office and things like that. If you're going to be an officer, you're going to contest in the cycle. So these are certain basic rules to be followed. And there's also guidelines on how you can check. You can look this up. It's very straightforward stuff. Yeah. I covered originalities. Some of you may say, how much can I reuse something? Right? So there's a guideline for that also. 25% or less may be devoted to quoting from somewhere else. So it's a hard thing for if somebody raises a protest. How do you exactly know it's 40% or 30%? Are you familiar with that speech? This is where it gets a little tricky. Right? So you need to be able to handle this a little with maturity. That's why having a mentor when you run into a dispute helps a lot. Okay. We covered the rest. Right. So I know you have tons of questions. We are going to take them, but not now. This is the Mentimeter number that you can put in your questions to. So please put in any questions that you have with regard to this session and Safir's earlier session on contest management onto this Mentimeter number. We are going to be here post-lunch to answer all your questions. And with that, thank you for your patient hearing. I just want to re-emphasize one thing. Please raise the bar on the number of people who contest. Promise me that every one of you will help one club to run the well that needs help beyond your club, right? That's very important. Please make sure that you are helping that club to get at least 5 speakers. Motivate people, talk to people. Let's have more contestants down. Unless we infuse more speakers at the bottom of the pyramid, we're not going to get more champions for the district. And please make sure that at least 1 month earlier, you appoint your chief judge for your club contest so that they have time to work with. And we can also work with that chief judge to help them to be successful. So thank you and all the very best, and hope you have a good contest.
Thank you, distinguished Toastmaster Arun Ramanathan, for that wonderful session on chief judges. Now that was a couple of very heavily loaded sessions. So now we'll be doing something a little different, right? It's now time to acknowledge and appreciate the achievements of members and the clubs in the district. Yes, that's right. It's the PQD Awards, the Program Quality Directors Awards. And one request here is whichever club is winning an award, please send one member to collect the award, preferably from your executive committee, right? If there is nobody from your executive committee, any member. And if there is nobody from the club, then you can collect it later from your area director or the division director, right? So to conduct this session, I'd like to invite a very special person who is a soft-spoken English language savvy person and is the soul of this contest season. Please put your hands together and welcome with a thunderous round of applause the Program Quality Director of District 121, distinguished Toastmaster Savita Salian.
Yeah. Good morning, good afternoon, dear Toastmasters. Okay. Yeah. Let me share my fondness towards number 5. Now, there's a lot of significance for number 5 throughout the culture, throughout history, and it symbolizes independence, freedom, and we have 5 notes in music, we have 5 senses, which helps us experience the world, and 5 also symbolizes balance and harmony because it's the middle of the extreme. Now, I can go on and on, but can you tell me what does the significance of 5 in for Toastmasters? Anyone? No one? Yes, distinguished club. Okay, so we all look forward. That's a basic requirement for any Toastmasters club that they should be at least distinguished. So I'm very proud to announce that we have 47 clubs in our district that has achieved 5 goals, having 20 plus members or at least base plus 3. So congratulations to all those clubs, and please carry on the great work. Yes, thank you.
Good morning, friends. I'll be calling out the name of the clubs. The representative of the clubs, please come here. One by one, you can come and collect. If the people are not here, you can collect it from your area directors or division directors. From Division A, we are advanced Toastmasters. Eloquence Elixir Toastmasters. Please keep the applause going, guys. Nagarbavi Toastmasters Club. From Division B, Orthodox APAC Toastmasters. Taranto India Toastmasters Club. Mekong Communication Club. For Division C, Christ Toastmasters Club. Toastmasters Club. For Division E, Funny Toastmasters. LPQI Toastmasters Club. Pillars. Pillars Toastmasters. We Speak Toastmasters Club. And Wordsworth Toastmasters Club. For Division I, SIBM Bangalore Toastmasters Club. Toast and Cakes Toastmasters Club. Electronic City Toastmasters Club. SSR Toastmasters Club. There are other clubs as well, but the representatives are not here. So who are online as well, you can collect your awards from your ADs and DVDs later.
And next is the Triple Crown Award. And this is a very prestigious award because it is offered by Toastmasters International. And it is also prestigious because it is your personal achievement. Now, I remember hearing from someone, a world champion asked just told his mentee, if you're going to a restaurant to drink tea, you should go and drink tea, not wipe the table or keep dusting the chair and table. So there is a purpose why you've gone to that restaurant. So I hope you get this message. If you're in Toastmasters, you're there for self-development, for your growth, and that one purpose shouldn't be forgotten. So you need to grow. So keep giving speeches. So we are very proud of our Triple Crown awardees because they have enriched our district. So thank you and congratulations to the winners.
The Triple Crown winners for VR Advanced Toastmasters Club, Nikhil HS. For Eloquence Elise Toastmasters, Supradeep Tangirala. Arjun Sundar Raj. For 50 Shades of Thought, Praveen P. For Bhani Toastmasters, Nana Nathan. For We Speak Toastmasters, Sri Lakshmi Shankar. From LKQI Toastmasters, Aparna MS. Kempegowda C. Keep the applause going, guys. Okay, there are a lot of winners. There are totally 58 winners in our district as of now. But again, not everybody were present here, and people who are online as well, please collect it from your ADs and DVDs. Thank you.
Thank you. Most of our district leaders are the leading examples. They have won the Triple Crown Award. So please follow through. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, distinguished Toastmaster Savita, for doing the honors. It is now time for one more core session of today's program. That is okay. Looks like we've won one. We missed one award to give one person. I'll hand it back to Savita. Okay, from LKQI Toastmasters. Nuja from Autodesk also, yes. Please keep the applause going. I request everyone to be seated. Please take your seats. Okay. Fellow Toastmasters, time for one more session today, one more training session. One of the main reasons we've gathered here today is judges training. Right? You just heard about chief judges. Now it's time you learn about the voting judges. Right? You go to some other club, some other contest, and what do you do there? So you've heard him speak about chief judges, and now he's going to explain what exactly a voting judge does. So once again, with a thunderous round of applause, please welcome distinguished Toastmaster Arun Ramarathan.
Okay, I'm back again. Pardon me, you'll have to bear with me for another 40 minutes. I'll try and keep it as brief as possible because there are certain elements which we can skip, right? Because we already covered elements of it during the contest master training as well as the chief judge. There are certain overlaps, so I should try to do them as we go. How many people in this room are going to be only judges and not chief judges? Any raise of hands just to understand? Online too? Chief judges? The judges, how many people? Well, you have a judges program, right? What are the rest doing? Contesting, is it? What are you guys up to? What are you going to be doing? Oh, so the contestants are in larger numbers to know what people are going to do. Where are the judges? I hardly saw too many hands go. Anyway, it's nice to see interested contestants. It's nice. I'm sure the judges are sitting online and hearing us as well because they've been around for a while. So fundamentally, the idea is this is targeted to two people, right? One, the judges themselves. The chief judges who are going to work with judges, so you kind of know what are the predicaments the judges are going to have. So that as an experienced person, then you just sort of make sure that if somebody's a new judge, if they have a question or two, sometimes they do, you can make sure you steer them in the right direction because you're responsible for what happens as a whole. And if you're a contestant, you get a window into how they're judging you, right? So that's what this whole thing is all about. So let's give a big round of applause to the contestants who are here so enthusiastically, large numbers, wanting to know the table in the detail, right? That's wonderful. So nice of you. Now, for the contestants out here, These are the people who are going to make or break what you do. So you better know how they think or how they're going to think, because of the fact that they can either accelerate your move up the contest cycle, or they can create speed breakers, and sometimes they can even create manholes. Of course, not intentionally, that can happen inadvertently. Now, I'm going to skip this, and this part we already covered in the previous section, so I'm going to save time. What we're going to do here is go straight to the basics. You already know about the speech rule books. I'm not going to waste time on that. So if you're a judge, your job is very simple. There are 8 contestants. Your job is to say who's 1, 2, and 3. Right? That's the sum total of what you're going to do. Now, how many of you have done evaluation at the club level? At least this is, you guys haven't done evaluation. Oh. Okay. Now, so the thing is that there's a subtle difference between evaluation. Why subtle? Very well-defined difference between evaluations and judges. Judging. When you're doing evaluations, you're trying to be supportive to that person. You want that person to improve. That's your job. But when you're judging, that's not your role. You're just there to say, how did they do against the criteria that's defined. But when you're an evaluator, you're like a coach, you're like motivating them, giving them insights. And you're probably going to see them speak more at a club level, right? So that's the major thing. But one important thing that is very important for judges to keep in mind is that you must stick to the right tenets, right? You must conduct yourself with respect. Just make sure that your integrity is unimpeachable. You must make sure that you're there and offering a service. Don't throw your weight around as a judge. You're there to serve. That's the Toastmasters way. And most importantly, when you judge, do it with excellence so that you can contribute to choosing the best people that need to go to the next stage. It's a very big responsibility, right? So please take it very seriously. Now, we're talking about judges and judging and evaluation. So let's look at evaluation. You're giving them feedback. You're working with speech objectives specific to a project. You are having speech objectives and you're trying to see how they did against it. And you're also going to coach them or give feedback on how they can do better. In judging, you're there, it's brutal. You're picking the top 3. You're forming an opinion and who goes to the next level in your opinion, with your maturity, but purely based on the criteria. Don't randomly think and say, who looks a better speaker? No. You have to adhere to the criteria, score against it, and let the totals do the speaking. Sometimes what you think are the top 3 speakers and your totaling may not match. Always go with your totaling because that is the true picture. When you total, you'll suddenly find that, oh, the person you thought was a better speaker in your head didn't score the same in the top 3 when you totaled. So don't flinch from that. That's very important. So use the judging criteria. That's absolutely sacrosanct. You're not there to form an opinion without that, you're doing it only in the ambit of those criteria, right? So, but whereas when you're doing an evaluation, you can broadly say what you want, but when you're judging, you have to stick to that set of rules that you're given. You're not going to be evaluating here, you're judging. And you do not have to explain your decision. So these are fundamental differences between evaluation and judging, right? Okay, let's go to the next one. Now, the hard part of speaking is, while Toastmasters has contributed a lot to try to make public speaking closer to a science with all its manuals and methods and training, the fact is it is still an art. We're trying to move from art to science. That's the end of it, right? So you must remember that it's very, very hard to be completely objective. And there will be some element of subjectivity involved because you as a human are going to be using subjectivity and we're going to objectivize your subjectivity. That's the key. And that's why the criteria exists. Rather than you have a subjective impression of the speaker, you are actually going to use the criteria to use your subjective assessment and try to make it as objective as possible. That's where your own individual biases can be curbed if you follow the strict rules of judging. So please remember, never go by what you feel about a speaker, but go by what you feel about their performance on that day against that criteria in that speech. It's very important, right? So it doesn't matter if a contestant is generally very good in terms of how they send a message on that day. Are they being good at what they do? That's what's important, right? So the criteria has weightage. Scoring is an objective process, but it's based on your objective perception. Sorry, subjective perception. So there are criteria. You're forming your opinion subjectively on what it is. There's a score, and you're going to relatively rate people. So that's why you're objectifying your subjective criteria. Right? The other challenge is, unlike evaluations, where you have to evaluate one and you're off the hook, and somebody's evaluating another. Here, you're going to have to focus. In today's digital age, the hardest part for anyone is focus. And a judge should train to focus themselves with shut off things. Nobody's going to remind a judge to switch off your phone, especially if you're going to be online. Please make sure you keep all those distractions away and that you put yourself into a sort of a mental mind frame that till this is done, I'm not looking left or right. I'm just going to be in that zone of absorbing every little thing that comes my way. Please remember, as a judge, all your senses need to be active. You can't say, I heard, but I didn't see. Okay, you can't do those things because you have to let all your senses observe keenly. And when you have to see, and you can make notes if you want as you go. I do that when I do it. Things that come to my mind, I make notes. And then when you finally see the sheet to rate, you're given 1 minute to score sometimes, trust me, right? And in that you have the unbelievable challenge. In that 1 minute, you make or break because it's not what you thought it was. It's not what you felt. It's how you converted efficiently, accurately, what you thought against those criteria based on what you observed. So look at the problem here. If I said, hello, oops. Battery. Okay. If, as a judge, you aren't clear about what a certain criteria is and you walk into the room to judge, just imagine you're going to do this service straight away because you don't know what that means, right? So even if you've been an evaluator multiple times in a club, please remember you're not ready to judge unless you have read in detail the criteria for evaluation. So people who are speakers here, I'll give you a tip. Don't think it's like a general evaluation. Go through the criteria that you have and double check if your speech picks and you give chance. Like, in school they say, even if you don't know that question well, please write something in that question so the character has a chance to put some marks there. Have you heard your parents say that when you were young? Write something, write clean, so that, the teacher will sometimes go by perception. So this is true even for judging, right? Try and not have any visible blemishes, but try and demonstrate things in each of those criteria in your speech. Because in judging, it's not just the effectiveness, it's also ticking those boxes when they are checking. So if you do not have any content for a certain criteria, no matter how good your impactful your speech is, technically, your speech falls short. Please understand this as judges and contestants. It is not just the outcome or the impact of, when I say outcome, I mean the impact to the audience or how effective it was. It is, did you tick all the boxes and give enough ample room for them to score you against those criteria? So please pay attention to this. One more thing I request, even if you've been a regular evaluator, please go and run some mock contests in your club. It's just like nets play in cricket, right? You don't straight walk in and say, oh yeah, I'm Dhoni, I'm going to hit. No, you work hard on the next. So likewise, if you're a VPI, please organize with a contest within your area or within your club 2-3 times before the actual club contest. So not only do your contestants get a chance, but the judges who are going to be there from wherever they are, outside, inside, get a chance to practice. So this is very important. And I have a request: if any of you is going to play a chief judge, and you've never done scoring before, you're actually putting the contest at risk. You should have done 1 or 2 judging before you did a club contest, because in a club contest, I've seen this happen in many clubs. I've been in part of at least 3 clubs now. So sometimes I find that they're in a scramble and they get somebody, he was available, we put him there. The poor guy will be like, nah, yaar, I've got some weekend. No, you're good, please come, and they put him there as a judge. And the poor guy will try his best, guy or lady, to sort of try and do their best. But if they had done at least 2 contests, informal ones, where they've done the judging with the same scoring, they know how difficult it was. I remember when I first was a judge in an area contest, they said, you're an experienced guy at work, you should be able to do. So I happily went and did it. Then I realized in that contest, thankfully it was just an informal contest, I realized I had to remember 7 or 8 people's things, and I had to relatively score, and there were some 8 different sets of criteria. It was suddenly very hard for me. So just remember, there are about 8 different criteria, I think. And if you have like 8 full house speakers, you're actually juggling an 8 into 8 in your head. Right? Even if you do it one at a time, you might be hearing the speech, you're observing all 8 criteria. And then one speaker after the other, when you rank, you say, was this guy better than the other guy in this aspect? So this is the difficult part. And that too in 1 minute. Right? So this is the hard part. So if you're a judge, you have to keep making notes. You have to have your own method of how you remember. So when that 1 minute happens for you to score, you're clear on that mental matrix plus your notes, so that you are not making a mistake. Right? This is very important. Right? So that being able to handle that pressure of 8 speeches back to back, 8 into 8 is the hard part for a judge. Now, if you don't know the criteria and you're ambiguous about what that means, that's like, disaster. So make sure you're clear about the criteria. Make sure you're aware that each of the criteria, as contestants know that the criteria has weightage, so as a judge, you don't have to worry, the score sheet will take care. And make sure that you practice it a couple of times. Therefore, on the day when you judge, you are honest in terms of your best performance, and you're not learning on the job. So if you're a judge learning on the job, my dear friends, as a team, we have let our contestants down. So please don't do that. It's a request. I can't police every one of you, but please don't go as a raw judge doing it for the first time with theoretical knowledge. It will be a disaster. Mine was. Okay. And I'm grateful it was an informal contest and nobody paid a price. But then I thankfully did 2-3 of them before I equipped myself to go to the formal contest. Okay. So please do that. Now, coming into the actual things, I already covered some of this. All your senses, you need to learn to get out of distractions. I don't know what I recommend all of you meditate for a week or 2 because this is very important. It sounds funny, but when you sit there, those who've been judges know how hard it is. I see Vanita shaking her head. She knows how many times we do this, and she's probably done this a gazillion times. But every time we do it, it's still a daunting challenge. Is it fair, Nainati? So it's a very hard job. So being able to concentrate is very hard. Practice it. There's no training program for that. You have to manage it yourself. Okay? Improve your listening and analytical skills. One thing I've learned in Toastmasters, and I've become a better listener when speeches happen. I really have learned to shut off other things. I couldn't do this earlier. I'm always thinking something else in my head. But right now I've learned to segment one part of my brain to observe and one part of my brain to parallelly analyze. So this is something you learn with time as you judge. Right? Yeah, this is okay. And encourage fresh judges at a club level. But this is a loaded statement, which means that we need more judges. It doesn't mean, new member, come, please judge. I said, it's not that, right? The new member has to be trained, he's no criteria, he should do 2-3 mock sessions, but we do need new people to try, right? That's why this program is of immense importance. For those of you who didn't have a chance, please go around and tell the others in your club that this material will be available. Perhaps, I don't know if the recording will be available, but most definitely there are some online tutorials that Toastmasters themselves have, which is very useful, which you can see if you missed the session. Yeah. Voting judges must remain anonymous. This is one thing that is very important in Toastmasters. So this is there's a little bit of a funny thing, right? In club contests, great difficulty, they'll get some perfect people. Suddenly some poor characters who have never come to your club in a long time will show up in the club. Everybody knows that they are the judges. So it's like, only 4 of them have come. And then everybody's like, oh, those are anonymous judges. That conversation happens. So if you are a chief judge for a club, try to get a lot more anonymous people who haven't come to the club earlier, so that at least struggle to figure out who those 4 or 5 are. So that's something that you can do. Otherwise, it sort of becomes like an open book thing. It's a little funny, but I can tell you that many of you would have faced this at a club level, right? Okay. Sit close to the contest area. It's very important, especially if you're in a room. Don't test the audio mic system. Maybe there's a mic that's in the last row. Some people love this backbencher syndrome. I'm one of them. So one thing I've learned is if you have to do proper judging, try to be in the first 3-4 rows. So you can, if something fails, sometimes in between the mic may have a blip. You still want to hear the speaker as best as you can. So try and do that. And try and avoid talkative people sitting next to you. There'll be this, if you're a judge, randomly the guy next to you will be the most talkative person. Hey, it's going good, right? No, you don't want that. Tell him, look at him and say, I like to. You can't tell him, I'm a chief judge, I'm a judge, so don't talk to me. You can't say that. Right? So you have to tell the person, I like to focus on the speeches, technically, whatever I'm looking at. So you have to find your way to not get disturbed by people around you. And also, do not sit in a cluster. Sit as much as you can with some space around you. And judge only on today's performance of that speaker and avoid conflict of interest. I spoke about this earlier in the previous session. Do not be a judge. If there's anybody you know well, as in, unless you're able to be absolutely professional in separating your friend relationship, I mean, as in you know them as a friend versus being a professional, sometimes we end up facing that scenario, but as much as possible, if someone in the speaking team is someone you know well, try to recuse yourself and go to a club where you can try and do that. Yeah. That's cool. And online contests. I'm going to spend some time. I can do this for half a day and still you'll have 1,000 questions. Trust me. I just saw the online best practices guide as a chief judge last night. I couldn't sleep for 3 hours. Okay. Believe me, every permutation, combination, whatever, if then else, they've got something there. If you are at a club level and see the online contest and you read it as a VPN, you will never do online contest. You'll be scared. Because there are 28 pages of that guideline. The original manual is 27 pages, but the online best practice guide is 28 pages. So my advice to you is take help. If you're a VPN from somebody who's geeky, who can do all of that. If possible, if the club can afford it, try to get some external help or figure out some method where at least you have as many of the people except the contestants in the room. Then you minimize the chances of this jugaad that may happen if something goes wrong. Please look at it from an online point of view. We had an external vendor today. We had some of the most competent people managing from our side. We still lost 45 minutes. Right? It's because that technology is like that. We have to build it for every club. So if you're doing it for every session and something goes wrong, it's a problem. So my advice is, while the rule book says everything can be online, tally counter can also be online, your timer can also be online, anything can be online. As much as possible, please try, except for the contestants who are physically in a different city, who have to take or they cannot participate, try it as best as tutors to have most people in the room. It's really best for making sure the integrity of the contest is managed. Otherwise, you can still manage it, but you're playing with Murphy and probability. No matter how diligent you are. Today, Murphy struck, despite our best efforts and best intentions. And imagine if it happens to a club. I remember one of my earlier clubs, we had a 1 hour delay to start the contest because online wasn't working. Right, so that puts the whole contestants out of gear. I was one of the contestants. I was like, what's going on? How long should I keep walking around the corridor to get the mics ready? Right, so you don't want that scenario to play out. Okay, the other thing is judges should not consider the contestants' audio and video quality. This is a complicated thing. If it is not okay, you can't hear them. You have to not put them down. Oh, this guy couldn't afford internet, so I won't recommend. That we shouldn't do. Right? Poor fellow, he tried his best, still his internet is not working. Whatever I could hear, let me be fair on that. So don't be vindictive to a contestant who has an unfortunate internet issue. That's the point. That's what it essentially means. Okay. And yeah, you need to figure out how you are going to get feedback in case you have some judges, on WhatsApp or whatever. You need to figure out the modalities for it. I've been part of some events where we had people across countries for some other event where we had to judge. So you can work out a very efficient mechanism and through WhatsApp to get that happen if you want to do that. So in case any of you is in a situation where you're forced to have a remote judge, please check with someone who can help you through this process. The online best practices guide is a pretty good one if you have the time to read it, but don't get flabbergasted by it. Just refer on need. If you are going to master it, it'll take one whole contest season. Okay. Now, that's pretty much it. Now we get into the process. This is the one that all of you have been waiting for. What is this thing called criteria? What is the ballot form and things like that? So, as you can see, these are the different criteria on the left. We should be covering them. And on the right, you have the columns, you have the speakers. So you can write down the speakers. The contest master will call out. As they call out and read out the name, you can write down the sequence. So later you don't have to juggle around with that. And once the show starts, just in that 1 minute that you're given, just fill in this column. And it's as simple as that. But the hard part isn't doing it correctly. Okay. Now, finally, the judge will sign and say total all this stuff, right? And then say this is 1, 2, and 3, and they will write that. If you're the tiebreaker, you'll be ranking all. And then there's the judging criteria. We shall come to that. Okay. If you're a judge before the contest, you have to sign that you are following, or there's no conflict of interest, and you've done all the necessary things on eligibility, etc. During the contest, focus on speech, take notes, and total up blindly in the end. At that time, after your total is done, don't do analysis. Oh, I thought this person should have done better. No, just go with your total. This integrity is important. If your individual scoring yields somebody better than your perception, just go with the score. Is this well understood? I find a lot of judges change their scoring just to fit their mental perception. This is just wrong. You're not going by your perception of a speaker. You're going by the individual marks that you rated against 8 criteria across n number of speakers. You just blindly become cold-blooded after you give the score. Just total it, rank, and leave. Don't ask. One other problem judges have, I've seen, especially when there is a well-known speaker. They have given their individual criteria. That particular person is one person who spoke is supposed to be a very good speaker and celebrated speaker. You got a score of some unknown person, but has done better on the scoring. You start wondering, oh my God, was my judgment right? This guy has won 2 times, things like that. It doesn't matter. As a judge, you have to be bold. You have to go by the criteria. You have to go by what those totals say, and not what you feel as an individual, what the audience feels as an individual. I find a lot of judges even sway by, oh, this person got a lot more applause, so he must be good, or she must be good. That can't be far from the truth. Everybody in the audience is not equipped to go and rate against all the criteria that you're trained as a judge. If there are 8, audience may be looking at a few of them, not all of them in detail. You may be looking at technical aspects of the speech, which is, like for example, a humorist, if a speech has, often I find, a person who does adds some humor, this is, I know there's some contestants listening too, the audience will applaud for in pieces. It doesn't necessarily mean that the overall speech purpose was achieved. So you have to be very clear. That's where the criteria will get you right. The person was entertaining, yes. The audience had good resonance, but did the speech do the job it was meant to do? So you don't have to worry about all this. As long as you stick to the criteria, you will land the plane right. But if you apply your main and say, oh, this person has got totals more, but that person had more applause. Don't care. Because this person was perhaps more technically right in certain sub-elements. So never as a judge be swayed by the audience, because if you do that, you shouldn't be a judge. So the integrity of a judge is, your integrity is to your subjective criteria as guided by the overall criteria. Your assessment of the criteria as per your subjective assessment, but the objectivity should not be tampered with by the judge. The objectivity is the relative weightage given to the different things, and also in terms of the totals don't match to your mental process of who's a better speaker shouldn't matter. This is the integrity I want every judge here to practice. Otherwise, you will have wrong results. That is why sometimes in even international contests, you will find that some people score more, but the audience felt somebody was better. That's because the audience is not trained to work on all the criteria in parallel and also get it right across the balancing. Right? So that is partly the reason why there's sometimes a dissonance between what the audience thinks is 1, 2, 3 and what the judges think is 1, 2, 3. Remember, it's a bigger contest. It's not just 3, 4 people. There are probably 15 judges at that level. So if 15 people at random and you total up yields a certain result, the chances that that is right are higher. So let's respect it. The process is defined in a way that unless there is systemic bias, there's no chance for collusion, because you're randomly picking the judges and you don't know what they're scoring as chief judge. You're only totaling it, right? So stick to the integrity of the process and do not change your scores. I confess that as someone in the earlier times used to change scores as a this person should have got more. Let me go and change the numbers. Because finally they only want 1, 2, 3. Nobody is going to audit my process. Nobody is going to check it. But if you change that individual score, you lack integrity as a judge. And I will call this out as a chief judge. Nobody can catch you. But you have let yourself and the district down if you change. So please don't change scores of individual criteria when you total up. If that's one lesson you can walk away from today, our judging will be great. Point number 1, don't ever walk into contest unless you've done 2, 3 mock judgings with actual internal contests, so that you know the pressure of contesting. Evolve your own method of how you're going to think and record and score. 3, learn how to use that 1 minute effectively. And do you know how many people have come to the 50th second and, oh my God, I have 4 more criteria. The next speaker is already coming and they're introducing him and they'll put some number. How often has it happened to you? I can raise my hand honestly. And then I'll mark it with a star and go back and think later and say, I didn't do this right. Can I rethink if I was objective? So please don't make that mistake of doing something in a hurry in that 1 minute, and that can make or break the scores. Okay? Now, this is very important. Signing off the final ranking sheet, right? Where you're basically saying this is 1, 2, 3, and you're actually going to, what shall I say? Write your name and sign. If you don't write your name and if you don't sign, the ballot is not valid. The chief judge should reject it. Now, please don't do all the hard work and miss this part. And if you have ties in your own ranking, the 2 people get the same score, you close your eyes and think and then make that. This time you're allowed to change. At the total level, not at the individual level. Please remember this. It's extremely sacrosanct. I'm repeating it again and again and again, because in my experience, this is the most common mistake made by judges. I think at least from random speaking to people who have been judges, at least 60 to 70% of the judges finally go by what they thought was the top 3 and not the scores. This is a bad way of judging that we don't even need the criteria. So please, please, please don't give me 1, 2, 3. The 1, 2, 3 will only be based on your totals, not on your perception, right? Please keep this in mind. And tell everybody else who has not come to this training program that's the hardest one that they and the most important one to follow. Okay. This is an interesting session. This part is interesting because I didn't know this when I walked in, right? When I saw those 8 by 8 in my head, I was like, oh my God, now I need a method, right? So if you're a judge, you need a method to process and distill what you hear. And everybody has a personal method. There's no one method that's right. There's no guideline that will say, this is the best method. No. But here are 3 things that you can think, right? One is the perfect role model. You have seen somebody who's a benchmark, not in the contest. You have someone, like for example, if you say public speaking, you may have some person who you think is best at all these things and you have them as a benchmark. Or it could be even at a criteria, if you're a very complex thinker. I would just say this is one method. And you're measuring how did this person perform against that one role model who's a great. That person shouldn't ideally be in the district and contesting, but it's somebody outside of it, right? So it's like you ask me, what's the best thing to do for non-violence? Maybe we'll think of Gandhi, right? And benchmark, how did we do against it? Likewise, pick some international speech winner or somebody who you are influenced with, compare and figure out how you can do it. That's one way. But the one that's much easier to do is the first speaker model, which is what I do. So what I do is, the one who comes in first, I give him an objective assessment on all the scores. Suppose you're rating every criteria. To simplify, let's assume all scores you're rating from 0 to 10, each of the criteria. Let's assume I put somebody at 6 out of 10, right? The other guy the next guy who comes in, I'll think, is he better than the previous speaker? Oh, how much more was he better? How much more was he less? Okay, this guy was slightly better, 2 notches high, so this guy's 8 out of 10. Right? So when I judged the first guy, or lady, I was very clear in my assessment of brutally putting them on a scale of 1 to 10. And then everybody else is a delta of that. Is he better on this criteria, worse on this criteria? Better on this criteria, worse on this criteria? With respect to the first speaker. That's one beautiful way of doing it. This works very easy because you're not looking at some person outside the room, but you're working with the people in the room. So it's just like your percentile thing when you do exams. The percentile part works very well because it's within that population that you get a score, right? Similarly, the other one is a baseline model. So sometimes you can say this person is going to be 4, over and above this, I'll keep giving more. This is what they do in gymnastics. They have a baseline model. So I would personally prefer the second one, but this may not be the only 3 ways. You can invent a 4th way or a 5th way, but these are just things that you can evolve. There are no rules that that stipulate how you think. These are ways some people have used to distill that complexity and come up with a credible, unbiased total. Right? Oh, nice. I don't know, they're reading my mind. I didn't write this slide. This is not an exhaustive list, but just an indicative list. Cool. Yeah, I love the way they summarize this. Always follow the judging criteria and not your overall perception of that person. Please remember this and only go by the totals and don't mess with the totals. Right. This is about protest. I'll skip this because we already covered it in the previous session and this is pretty much the same articulation of the same. Nuances of judging. How much time do I have? Time? That's good. I'm being okay on time. Now, so fundamentally, we've so far, just to summarize what I've said so far, we need more judges to come into the fold, but don't send them to the boxing ring straight. Let them have a few bouts, let them learn the tricks of the game, let them know when they get the first sock on the face, get used to it, and then get into the actual real ring, right? So that's one thing I requested. Then please be aware of the criteria. And you remember this is already a subjective process and just sticking to the rules is important to objectivize it. Do not override the totals by your perception. stick to the criteria, rank, follow one of the methods. I recommend the second one. It works very easily and doesn't complicate things. Now, let's come to how can we improve a judge's performance. So the problem in this whole thing is, one side of it, having contestants, having all the infrastructure ready, that's all the chief judge and others will take care. But as judges, you must remember, notwithstanding all those things being perfect, you can make or break the deal. Like I said at the start, you can either make it a smooth process, not a proper process, or you can create speed breakers and manholes, right? So that's something you can do. So please don't create manholes and speed breakers. How can you do that? Let's talk about that. Okay, this is a fancy word. Don't play God, like you're dealing with somebody's future. Don't evaluate them, but judge them. Select 1, 2, and 3, follow criteria, but not the impression in your head. Right? Then your obligation is to the contestants, audience, Toastmasters International, and yourself, because you have to be integrity to yourself. And there are a lot of things a judge needs, but the most important thing you need is integrity, which is and the diligence to follow the process, and being able to have integrity to call out conflicts of interest and things like that, so that you don't get into that. And most importantly, to be able to focus and shut off other things. Right? That's very important. And that's what they call good listener. But I would say no distractions and focus. And the rest of it is knowledgeable. Do you know the criteria? Do you know what all those mean? Things like that. And trustworthy and accurate. Accurate is the nirvana, but in reality, as close you can get to be objective is a good thing. If anybody tells me that they are accurate, I'll chief judge say, "Come on, give me a break." Right? So misconceptions. I think I'll skip this. This is not that much important. This is the last part, and I think I'll run through this quite quickly. What prevents you from being objective? There's 4 or 5 important things to keep in mind, right? This can make or break your performance. You know why this is hard? Because you as the judge are very powerful, but you don't have a policeman who's going to later judge you and say, even a speaker has an evaluator, but a judge never has an evaluator. And a judge only has a training program where you may listen or you may not listen, you may come or you may not come. But then you have to perform like James Bond 007, and you will give your own score that I did well. This is the tragedy of judging. Unfortunately, it is left a lot to the individual's professionalism because we don't have a better method, right? So therefore, nobody's going to come and tell you, Mr. Judge, this time you did it this way. Maybe next time your method of, you kind of screwed up that 1 minute. Maybe next time we should do it better. Nobody's going to tell that. So you have to work with your inner conscience and a sense of professionalism. But when you're a judge, imagine that for a moment, think you're like God, but you're not God. Okay? And think that, oh my God, if I just don't see this guy's file, he'll be dead. Do it with that fear that you have that power. If you put yourself in the thing that the district has empowered you to judge, but if you make a mistake, you're ruining somebody's 1 year, you will automatically have the humility to do it right. So just keep that in mind. Now, let's go down quickly. So this is like the first and the last, right? When you're thinking, the first person has set the baseline, the last person is the one that you remember the most. The people in the middle, sometimes you don't. That's why your note taking is very important. That's why that second method of plus or minus helps a lot, so that you're kind of sort of neutralizing this bias. Yeah. The next one is barriers to objectivity. This is the halo effect. So this has multiple dimensions. One is you like something. Oh, I like a person to start with a quote. That's your worldview. But the person asked a question. So you rate one guy better, the other guy not so. That's not the way to judge. So never bring in your style of speaking into judging. This is very important. Or your dislikes as well. At the same time, there's also individual halo effects, which is like somebody's known for being a great speaker. So, and sometimes what happens is, oh, this Mr. X is won in the district 2 times. And look at me, I'm just being called to judge. I'm not at this level. No, if you're the judge, you are empowered to call that guy's performance. So don't have this feeling that I'm just a judge and this person's a great speaker. No. You are empowered to call that person's performance as you feel, and you are right. Right? Because Toastmasters said that if you have just done 6 teaching speeches or pathways 2, you're good enough to be playing this role, and they think common wisdom of people. That's the jury system as well. So therefore, don't hesitate to exercise your opinion, notwithstanding who the person you're judging. I find even in evaluation, people say, "Oh, you're a great speaker. This is what I could find." Come on, you're the evaluator. Wear that role. Get into the shoes. You're empowered to judge, right? That's important. And okay, seeing the same speakers over years and sort of, new speakers for the first time and having memories of previous speeches and the likes, you've got to be objective there. And this is personal likes and prejudices. Oh, I don't like people wearing this. Oh, this person has this prop. Those kind of things which you don't like, don't bring those into your bias. Oh yeah, this is another one. Give someone else a chance. This person has won 3 times. Let me give the underdog. It's a very Indian thing. Let's give him a chance. Right? So sorry, that's not the way it works. You're judging it based purely on what the performance is. Right? I think this is the last one. This is a nice part, like I talked about. I'll repeat this when I talked about the judges. Try and get a spread of judges, male, female, old, young. That's going to help a lot. Officers versus speakers of the past. Get a good mix of the two, and you'll be pretty good in terms of what you do. And go beyond the minimum quantities recommended by Toastmasters at the club level, especially judges. Have more judges. And make sure your judges are trained. That's this program. And diversity of your judges, and also diversity of your judging. So make sure you do more judging in different contests so that you're kind of prepared for the thing. I think that's pretty much what it is. These are the criteria for ISC. And as you can see, there's a mark to be given for excellence, score, good and fair. And these are the judging items. And you have to know what each of these are. And there's enough detail on what each of these are, but these are things that most of you know when you do judging at a club level. So I'll not go into each of them in detail, but speech development, effectiveness, speech value, the physical presence, voice, manner, appropriateness, and things of the kind. And lastly, go back to this one point. Yeah, please come. Let's go back. This one, right?
Yeah. So for the old time judges, in the past, the speech developed, the content session, it still had 50% marks, but it was 20% for structure for the speech development, 15% for effectiveness, and 15% was for value. This has changed in the voting ballot. Now, 15% is for speech development, 10% only for effectiveness, and 25% of the marks is for speech value. As trained judges, I just want you to keep this in mind. 25% is for value. The other points have come down, even though within that 50% umbrella for the speech, the content.
Yeah, thanks. So my point is just blindly go by this criteria and the ratios. You have to see this before you walk into the room. Just stick to it. Follow the path, because this will do the rest of the magic. Because they have changed whatever the weightage is or whatever, that shouldn't matter to you, because as long as you stick to this, you're good. This again, what Safir said comes into play when you don't follow the form and start applying your mind. Is this person a better speaker or not? I don't want you to do that in the first place. Just diligently score at the end of every criteria. You don't have to worry, the form will take care of it. And this is for the evaluation context. So again, here we have analytical quality recommendations, the techniques that you follow, and how you summarize. Common thing that a lot of people don't do is summarize. This is important. One thing I'd like to tell people who are contestants, they try to miss one important point in this, which is to be sincere to the evaluatee. They try to make it a big performance, and I see this in our district quite a bit. Everybody thinks it's Django the Ace Warrior, but the Django the Ace Warrior is the speaker. So your job is to just relay back and give the feedback, but don't overdo the drama on stage. sometimes some people overdo it and land up and crash. It actually ticks off some serious judges. Okay, I can't cover this last slide in the Q&A session, but I'm going to end the whole session with this. With that, I'll hand over back to the. I think it got 8-9 minutes more than what I was planned, but yeah, you can come and take over. So this slide, please remind me. I'm going to end the overall session with this slide.
Distinguished Toastmaster around for that wonderful session, the sheer level of detail that is gone into and the passion that is exuded on stage, I'm sure will result in raising the standards of judging and contest management in the district at least. So thank you for that. Finally, one last teeny tiny session before we break for lunch. Little question for the audience. How many of you here love attending events, big events? Massive events where you have keynote speeches and a massive contest, right? So we have one such contest or one such event that is conducted by our district called Crescendo. Every year, the district annual conference, and who better than the conference chair himself to tell you about this, to showcase what Crescendo is all about and to tell you more details about it. Right, so this person is a software engineer at Novel Office, Bangalore, and has been a Toastmaster for about 7 years. And he has recently been awarded the Distinguished Toastmaster Award and currently is the conference chair for Crescendo 2024, the annual conference of District 121. With a resounding round of applause.
Excuse me, can you unmute?
As we say in District 121, nothing comes free. So you're not getting a free lunch. I will need all of you all to kindly stand. People online as well, if you have the flexibility to stand up in your place, do stand up. Awesome, awesome. I cannot see the people at the back. I hope you are standing. Outstanding Toastmasters, thank you. Can we have the audio test just to test if it's fine? Okay, now the game is simple. Just have to follow what the music says, okay? Listen carefully. I'll be doing it alone, so if you can't follow, look at me. But just follow what the music says. Everyone? Also, Left. Keep moving. Right. Jump and wave. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You can take a seat. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You can take a seat. Give us some huge round of applause. It's the first time I'm trying it out, so I'm also trying this. Give me a minute, I'll catch my breath. In the meantime, we will have the video for Crescendo 2024. We have the audio as well. You may have seen the location is in number of building movies this year. So I'm expecting all of you all to be present at the Radisson Bloom Outer Ring Road, Mansari on the 18th and 19th of May 2024. Some good news is that we are starting registration right now. That we're offering for you right now is only valid for till the JTP ends. So
is the rate that we're going at 3799 outside the JTP, but inside the JTP it's 3499 for the 2-day conference, fun night at 2499, and you can scan the code to register or visit our desk that is outside the hall to register for the conference. We have a bunch of other links as well. If you want to follow us on social media, please do scan the QR code at our registration desk. If you want to be a volunteer for Crescendo 2024, that is also available at the registration desk. We also have our Facebook and Instagram pages if you would like to follow. And if you want to be a little bit take part in something special that we have planned, do visit the registration desk because you might be featured in one of our future videos as well. So head on to the registration desk during the lunch break or whenever you get the time, because we have lots and lots of things in store for you. Once again, the price for you all today that is ending at 5:30 p.m. is 3499 for the 2-day conference, 2499 for the fun night, and we hope to see all of you all there at Crescendo 2024. No excitement? So yes, one more announcement. The district officers will not, this is not valid for the district officers. That we will get back to you during the district officers training program a little later next month. This is only for non-district officers. So if you want to avail this discount, please do register as soon as you can. Like I said, after the JTP ends, this offer ends. So do whatever calls you can to make this possible, because this is a once in a lifetime opportunity at Bangalore's 5-star restaurant, 5-star hotel. Be sure you're there because this is your stage, your story. The idea behind the entire flash mob that you all were part of is to show that the stage doesn't end with me. The stage just starts with me and ends with you all as well. Because this is your stage, ladies and gentlemen. We want to hear your story. So please be present at the Crescendo 2024 on the 18th and 19th of May. With that, handing it back to the Master of Ceremonies.
Thank you so much, distinguished Toastmaster Cyrus, for that announcement. I hope all the people present here and beyond will register for the annual district conference. Imagine how much you can dance there, right? And this time not against your own will, on your own. So it will definitely be fun. Please do register. And with that, it's finally time to break for lunch. And the lunch break is 45 minutes. It would be amazing if you, half an hour. Yes, it would be amazing if you can come back in half an hour. Thank you. Yes.
The opposite there. Lunch is being provided in the opposite end of this corridor, the other cafeteria.
Toastmasters, a kind request, requesting all of you to please be settled down. Done. Thank you. Okay, Toastmasters, a quick question. How many of us like the present announcement? Yeah? What is the announcement? Anybody? Good answer. Okay, what is? Huh? It's asking Marcel, that's what you like. What is? Music, early bird discount. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome back our Crescendo chair, DTM Cyrus, for a quick update. DTM Cyrus, the stage is yours. Round of applause.
Good afternoon, guys. Just a couple of updates. I know I won't be giving you all, exercise tips anymore. This is about the crescendo itself. I know you were giving me dirty looks before the lunch, so that's why I delayed it for now. So the first announcement is that if you have, you need to, enter your details in the registration form as well as make the payment. So make sure you do both those steps, and then only your registration will be confirmed. So there is a place where you can have the transaction ID of the payment in the registration form. So please make sure the transaction ID matches the transaction ID of your UPI payment. Make sure that both are entered. So you make the payment as well as fill in the form. If you don't fill in the form, we can't confirm your registration. So please make sure you fill in the form. That's number one. Number two, and this is for those who are residing outside of Bangalore, we are working on having accommodation being arranged as part of the conference itself. So stay tuned to our Crescendo pages. We'll have that update in a little while, but we're trying to get it at the venue and at an alternate venue as per your wish. So make sure that you stay tuned for the accommodation aspect. Even those of you in Bangalore who have had a very fun night, you can avail of accommodation as well. And number three is that we do have a couple of activities outside at our registration desk. So please make sure that you register at the visit the registration desk, and you can be featured in our Crescendo pages as well as our social media. So make sure that you visit the registration desk and be featured as a person in our Crescendo handles. Also, another important announcement, I'm sure it will be revealed eventually, is that we are not having a semi-finals this year. It's going to be directly the district final, so that every division winner will go directly to the district finals this year. So we'll have 10 divisions, 10 contestants coming to the district finals. Hope your member from the club or maybe you go to the district finals here, because we have 10 people that we are accommodating, that we will have on stage at Crescendo this year. With that being said, I hope to see you all at Crescendo. Once again, the fee is only valid today, following which we'll have the 3799 which comes into effect. So make sure you, by the time you leave the hall, you register for Crescendo 2024. That being said, I will hand it back over to our Sergeant at Arms, Nikhil. Back to you.
Thank you so much, distinguished Toastmaster Cyrus. A quick audience check. How many of us have registered for the conference? Okay. How many of us will register for the conference? Awesome. Cyrus, note down all the names. But trust me, ladies and gentlemen, from personal experience, Crescendo has been the hallmark of District 121. Every single year, the district conference is something that all of us look up to. So, looking forward for more hands. Shall we get started with the program? Yes. A small request before that. Can we ensure that all our phones are put on silent? Let's take 5 seconds to do that. Are we done? Can I get a thumbs up? Perfect. Ladies and gentlemen, to kickstart the second half of today's JDP, we have another MC, a very special individual. She is working as a corporate specialist corporate communication specialist, my apologies, at Udan.com. She's been a Toastmaster since 2017 and she's currently serving HSR Toastmasters Club as the Vice President Education Associate. Are they the HSR members? Yes. Awesome. And she took up the MC role at HSR 300 meeting and she did an amazing role and she's back here as the MC at JDP. So the round of applause, please welcome Toastmaster Anushka.
Welcome
back, Toastmasters and distinguished Toastmasters. I believe we all had a lovely lunch. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And we are ready to gear up for our next session. Are we ready?
Yeah.
But before that, I feel we should do a quick warm up just to shake off that post lunch Sunday nap time feeling. Don't you think so?
Yeah.
All right. So I have a quick warm up plan for you all. I can see there are columns here. So starting with you, your column number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 columns. When I say column number 1, you clap once. Whoever is in column number 1. 2, you clap. 3, you clap. So we'll start. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now it's going to be random. 4, 3, 8, 7, 1, 2, 6, 7, 4, 5. Now everyone. Now that we are all jazzed up and pumped up for our upcoming session, dear Toastmasters, don't you think that we as clubs work so tirelessly and tremendously just to bag those notable accomplishments? Don't you think it's fitting to extend our warm acknowledgement to them? Yes. Right? I hear you. So the next segment is the CGD Awards. CGD Awards in Toastmasters stand as a tribute to excellence, serving not only to recognize accomplishments, but also to fuel continuous growth and improvement. These awards contribute to cultivating a dynamic and a supportive learning atmosphere within Toastmasters. Beyond mere recognition, they set benchmarks, fostering healthy competitive competition, celebrating the diverse talents that we have within our community. So ladies and gentlemen, please help me in welcoming the next person who is someone so supportive, considerate, approachable, and affable. Our Club Growth Director, distinguished Toastmaster Gokul.
Thank you so much, Anushka. Quick question. How many of you feel sleepy after that sumptuous lunch? I see 50% of the hands raised. I'm sure others are already sleeping. That's obviously why they have not raised hands. Now, here's another question. Raise your hands if you met someone new that you did not know during today's JTP. I see every hand raised. Look around. You see all the hands raised. Vanita is also raising hands. All her hands are raised. And what if I tell you, the best way you could make an impact on someone else is by inviting them to take part with you, to join you in your journey as a Toastmaster. Today, I'm given the opportunity by the organizers of the JTP to announce the winners of the Open House Champion Club Award. And this award is continuous. This is the first 20 days that is being recognized. This award is given to all the clubs that have conducted membership engagement events or otherwise and have added 4 members or 4 or more members within the limited time. So that means they added 4 new people. They met 4 new people. They made an impact on the lives of so many people already. Before we announce the award, let's all give a big round of applause for all clubs that have already done this. Now, this is a quick motivation for all of you. By the next time we give away this award, I want all clubs here to achieve this. Literally every other club. CGD award should take 15 minutes of the time. Now they've given me 5 minutes. I need 15 minutes, but I need your help to ensure this. Are you all with me to bag this award by the next time? Yes, lot of hands raised. Amazing. So over to the MCs to announce the awards while we have the respective winners come and collect it.
All right, so for the Open House Champion Club, the first winner is LKQI Toastmasters Club. Hey, hi everyone. Good afternoon. I'm Aparna from LKQI Toastmasters Club Area E1. Thank you, District 120 for recognizing all our efforts. Thank you. The next club is Electronic City Toastmaster Club.
Thank you so much, everyone. The next time we give away these awards, I want literally everyone to flood the stage, come here and collect it. Thank you so much to all of you once again. Over to you.
Thank you, distinguished Toastmaster Gokul. Now let's move on to the next section, which is the ISC contest speech and evaluation contest speech. Allow me to introduce you to someone who has been a Toastmaster since 2012, currently working in Ericsson as a product development leader. He credits all his progress personally and professionally to Toastmasters. He was a district champion in the ISC contest in 2022, a district finalist in evaluation and table topic contest in the past, a blogger, a violinist, and a father. His 6-year-old daughter is his biggest inspiration today. That is so wholesome. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for distinguished Toastmaster Raghavan Sridhar.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Bangalore. You know, there are some moments in life that you just have to pause and breathe in. Today is one such moment for me. You know, how many of you have stood at this part of the stage? You know, the view from there is amazing. I know you're all looking at perhaps the smartest guy in the room. No, but you come here. If there is one thing that you must look for in your Toastmaster journey, it's from coming from there to coming here. And when that happens, that feeling is totally something else. I wish that for each one of you. I really hope very soon you come to this part of stage. If it means toppling someone, pushing somebody off here, do that. But come to this part of the stage. Thank you so much for having me here. I call this session In Search of the Championship, because that's what my entire journey has been about. How many of you here online, yeah, forgive me, but you can still raise your hands. How many of you here have contested in the ISC speech contest? How many of you have done it more than once? Few of you, right? How many have not even contested? You see, there's a trick question, so that everybody is raising their hand. But I'll tell you my story, right? So somebody said, I mean, in the introduction I wrote, right? That I won the championship in 2022, right? That's the trophy, sexy trophy. You must have it. I flaunt it. Anybody who comes into my home will see it. It's there. You know, and my wife says, what is it? Is it your visiting card or something? Why is it there? What people think is that this trophy becomes your address. It becomes your identity. But you know what is actually my identity? It is every time I have not won. It's every time I have lost. You know, all these trophies, right? These are all trophies I got when I came second in division. For those of you who don't know the joke, God, please make them come second in division at least once. Because when you come second in division, right, you know what happens, right? Same thing that has happened to the Indian cricket team. Even Narendra Modi ji comes and appreciates. And that medal is a punishment. The trophy that you get when you come second in division, right? It's a punishment here. I'm going to write to TI and say, please don't give trophies. Because you see, you are running a marathon here. Though I've never run one, but I've seen many. It's like that, right? You're panting here. You're just chasing something. You're going behind it with full intensity. You beat competition. You beat your own self. But then you go to the division. You're 1 mark away. 1 point away. Because people like Arun come and give judges training and say, don't give marks for halo effect. 7 times division is but 1 point away. And then your journey stops. You know, in the division level, you are at the peak of your energy. You have done that, you have cleared club, cleared area, cleared, you come to division, peak energy levels, and somebody says, Raghavan, after today, you can't do that speech. And that kills. But I'll tell you something. Why am I saying this is my mistake? I told you this title, the speech is In Search of Championship, right? My first contest was in 2013, when Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, and Sri Lanka were the same district. Yeah, I'm that old in Toastmasters. Yeah. So 2013, right? 13, 14, I contested. 15, I got married. Different contest. 16, 17, 18, 19, and 2020, I was an area director. Then 2021, then 2022, 8 times. So 7 times I kept failing. I was tired, but I kept doing it. And you know, just take a guess, okay? 2022, I won the championship. Oh, I won it, the online contest. I was like, summer preparation, super speech, I won. You know what I did after I won? 12 o'clock in the afternoon when the results were announced. My dream, right? 2013 onwards, I've been dreaming, and 2020 I won. 2022, yeah. What did I do after that? Huh? Exactly. I slept. So I won. Trophy got. Okay, I was in a room, I presented, I won. And then when they announced the result, I went in and slept. When I wake up, my wife is sitting next to me. She's like, it's okay. There's always a next time. What next? Yeah, I know music is hard, but you have done that so many times now, you know. I won. So what happens, right? I mean, when you win, how many DTMs here? Raise your hands. What happens after you get the DTM? Done. So what is my purpose from tomorrow? I won the championship. Right? That's it. Next month they are going to say former champion. Somebody else will win. So the message I want to share with you, right, are 2 things. One, contest. Because if you're not contesting in Toastmasters, you're paid for the buffet, but you're not eating desserts. So contest, okay? And second, enjoy the losses, yeah. Because if you never lose, you will never enjoy the pleasure of winning. I told all this proverb, but in 2021, Sridhar won first prize, I came second. 2022, I ensured Sridhar doesn't contest, so I can win. But punch the contest. So what I'm going to share with you over the next 20 minutes is the journey, right? Is what it takes, what you can do to become a good international speech contest. I mean, the moral of the story is kill the one who gave first previous year, but we will take the circuit as route as well. So these are all the things that we will discuss. I will go through the first 2 quadrants quickly because I'm hoping there will be detailed sessions. Of course, you can again invite me to Bangalore, pay for tickets and all that. I'll still come. But that we'll do. But then I think there are 2 important things that I want to share with you, which are how do you deliver something impactfully so that you can win a contest. And then what's an ultimate secret that I learned? That I'll share with you as well. But when I share it, it's no more a secret, but I'll still call it a secret. And then, of course, if we have some time, we'll do some questions. Oh, good. There was supposed to be animations on the slide back. Punch dialogue spoiled. But okay. Of course, don't look at the screen, huh? You tell. Yeah. What do you think are some good sources of speeches? Now you tell me, right? How many of you struggle to write speeches? Hey, me too. Yeah. How many Triple Crown award is here? What? Everybody who comes in gets a Triple Crown award. Huh? I came and said 20 minutes Triple Crown award is happening. And you are raising your hands, Triple Crown award is what? You wrote speeches, no? Or you fill a form and get Triple Crown. Huh? No, I mean, seriously, how many of you struggle to create speeches? I do too, yeah, I do too. That's why yesterday somebody put me up in Koramangala. I get down, It is Saturday afternoon. Huh? It looked like Ranganathan Street of Chennai in a Sunday morning. 29 pugs. It's like 10:45, go to sleep. My mom is calling, what are you doing away? Bangalore is away. Yeah, so I started walking, inspiration for speeches. Right? Nothing came, but that's another story. But yeah, where do you go for speech sources? Let's say somebody doesn't get an idea for a speech. Naina is a triple crown awardee, she's saying she doesn't get speeches. So let's help Naina get some speech idea. How do you get, yes, what are you saying? 29. Okay, good. I hope you remember it next morning. Huh? But yeah, real life instances, what happens to you in life, what else? Where else do you get speech? So, yeah, please go ahead. Books. Somebody was telling me, it is Sri Lakshmi, but I didn't tell her name, okay? Somebody was telling me, I don't like reading, yeah? I only like listening. She's a wife. So you should ask the husband. He will be a studio guy, I will always be. But yeah, so some reading habit has gone away, yeah? It happens as life goes. But if you can read books, they are great sources. So good books, what else? Movies, brilliant, I love it. One of my first speeches was called The Dream. And then I pickpocketed one punchline from the movie. It's called Turbo. How many of you watched the movie? It's called Turbo. It's about a snail that wants to race in F1. It says, no dream is too big, no dreamer is too small. And then my father said, hey, Abdul Kalam was always saying that. Huh? But yeah, movies, what else? What else? Past experiences. Lot of breakups, huh? Past experiences. It's like 20 years past experience. No years past, huh? But good, yeah, past. Why not present and future? Only past. That phase of life. Okay. India lost World Cup, but yeah. What else? Sorry? Mentor. Mentor plural, huh? Here people don't even call one mentor. My mentor chases me. What happened 2 months? No call. Are you alive? Yeah, I'm avoiding you. But mentors, okay? Around us, what is around us? Mentors. Mentors. Okay, good. So all of that is covered. Right? So books. Books are a great source. If you read a book, you will get thousands of speeches, right? Because it's a different perspective. One-liners, no dream is too big, no dreamer is too small. Your life, Russell Crowe. What's your name, Kana? Yeah. Nikhil, look into Nikhil's past. That gives you a lot of secrets. People and perspectives, the same. See, all of you are attending this session, right? And yet each of you will remember a different slide, a different line, a different thought, a different idea. And observing these perspectives gives you an outstanding source. Of course, internet. Please take inspiration, don't copy. And then, of course, my favorite. If you want to win trophies, go to this bullet. It's called the F cube, FFF. People love you when you share your firsts, when you share your fears, when you share your failures. You can win hearts. Trophy, you have to kill figure. But if you want to win hearts, first, fears, failures, be ready to write about them. Winning the trophy starts with script, right? Words that you write down. So write on your F, F, and F. Okay, great. Now that you have, hey, all of my animations are gone, Ramita. So next slide and all, punch tell are there. Okay, let's see. But okay, I don't know if it is clear for you. But okay, now that you have a source idea, how do I make it a script? Now, scripting is a workshop session in itself. So let's not go into too much detail, but I'll give you a couple of, and just read through them, okay? First of all, start off with a phrasal statement. My mentor says, you have to write the message of your speech at the back of your visiting card. Now, don't take your visiting card and in small letters write an essay. It should be 8 words or less. Okay. Imagine, just think about your favorite speech of yours or someone else's. Just think about it. And just ask yourself, what was the central message in that speech? It will be reproducible. Yeah, it must be reproducible. Only then the speech stands with you. So whatever you want to deliver to the audience, you must be able to write it in 8 words or less. Back of a visiting card, okay? Write that first. That then becomes like the tracks on which your train can run And so when you have the tracks, you don't deviate. You stick to your central code. Next, make an outline. What are all the things you want to cover? What are all the episodes you want to share? Which of the 29 pubs you want to talk about? Just have that outline and then make sure the outline is in alignment with your phrasal statement. Then, of course, is the usual OBC, opening body conclusion. Decide what you want to open with, what you want to talk about, what you want to conclude. There is this technique, right? I hope you have heard it. What OBC means is you tell people what you are going to tell them. You tell them what you are going to tell them. You tell them again. Right? You tell people what you are going to tell them. You tell them what you are going to tell them. You tell them again. Basically, what did I start off with? I said, I'm going to talk about In Search of the Championship. Then I told you about the championship and the story behind reaching that pinnacle. Then I will summarize it at the end again. What I'm doing right now is telling you what I'm going to tell you. Right? You tell them what you're going to tell them, you tell them what you're going to tell them, you tell them again. So that is OBC, writing like that. And finally, summarize and close out. I think it's a cliche you all know about. Your opening and your end have to be really strong. In between people sleep, now a couple of you are fighting yawns, I can see it. That is natural, let it happen, okay? But your opening and your end close to be really powerful. With me till now? Yes. Great. Now that we have, so let's assume you have an idea now for a speech and you have written a script as well. Now, most of the times, winning is about how you package and deliver this content. Right? It's not enough if you have great speech. I had many great speeches, they didn't win. How do you win is what you're going to see next, right? And so I'm going to teach you 5 tips or 5 mantras to delivering a speech impactfully. Please try to follow breadcrumbs. Any letter that is in bold, note it down because you'll get somewhere. Okay? I'm fearing the animation will not be there. So I'm not going to click next, but I'm going to ask you this. The first technique about delivering impactfully starts with the letter yes. Okay? What do you think it will be? If I have to deliver impactfully, you saw the slide pack, right? Right. Make it a story. See, I could have told you I got up from Koramangala's hotel and where I was staying is a hub. It was very active. Instead, what did I tell you? I was awake at 10:45. My mom called me and said, "What are you doing awake?" Actually, it didn't happen. She was sleeping. And then how many pubs did I say was there? And then he followed it up. Do you know if there are 29? I could have asked him 100. Right? But what am I doing? I'm creating a narrative arc. The only point I tried to convey was Bangalore was alive and kicking at 10:45 p.m. Now, what was the time I'm talking about? It could have been 9 o'clock also. Right? So see what I'm doing with instances, with episodes, with small, even one liner can become a story. So whatever you want to say to the audience, because as Indians, as the mankind itself, right, we are sucklers for stories. Stories just reach our hearts and hold it. The stories you have heard in your lives, the story of his past, the stories of his past, you'll always be there. So anytime you create a script, an idea, make it into a story. Okay, that's first thing. Thank you for copying my slide and giving me. Okay, the next tip I want to give you. It starts with the letter P and is very critical while delivering it. I'm going home now. All of my Panchalas just TV. Right. So now this is also not working. It's pausing for effect. Namita, you are working on the laptop, huh? So you've taken the cursor away from the PPT. Yeah, now it's coming. No, can you please change the slide? Yeah. Okay. Okay, what are you laughing for? What is the next slide? Huh? Everybody, all of you get out of the room, wrong answer. Not even reading. Come on. Come to that. Nice. But yes, it has the most powerful tool in a speech. Right? Is pause, like you said. See, people make the mistake of thinking to grab the attention of the audience, especially the Triple Crown winner at the back, is to talk loud. It's not. When you stop talking, right? People are suddenly like, I'm on an Insta story. You just why what happened? So when you pause, of course, you pause to create a dramatic effect in your speech, but sometimes pause also gets the audience and books. Again, one of my mentors, one of my mentors told me, Rahul, it does. So because I was doing the mistake of in TT especially, I went onto the stage in the contest when the topic was announced, right? The next second I started talking, thinking, if I don't talk, people will think I'm scared. Actually, I'm scared. Even today, I didn't want the people to know that. So the moment the table topics masters stop, even to breathe, if she stopped, I used to stop. He also, but she only. The moment they stop, I used to start talking. And then my mentor told me, Rahul, it doesn't take courage to go onto the stage and start speaking. It takes a lot of courage to go onto the stage and not speak. So when you're delivering that magical message, what do you want to talk about your past stories? Everything that you want to share. When you pause and look at the audience, right? They love you for it. Because in that moment of pause, you and the audience, you come close. Because they're like, has Ravan forgotten what he's supposed to speak? So he's also like me only, yeah? I mean, sometimes they live your message. You're talking about your mom, your dad, your life, your past, your stories. The time that you pause will come close to you. And the trophy takes one step closer to you as well. So always pause. Now, yeah, empathy, huh? Next point. You're asking something?
Sorry to disturb you, but I wanted to know what would be the time frame for the talk.
Depends. Today there is no card coming, so I'm like in the contest, right? So see, you don't pause. Yeah, but it's a very good question. So you don't calculate time and pause. Okay. So you pause when you are in the middle of an emotion that needs to really go heights. You pause when you want to grab the audience and keep them with you. Sometimes the pause is for 5 seconds. Sometimes the pause is for 30 seconds. In a contest, 30 seconds is too much time, but you need to decide where to pause, how many times you're going to pause, and for what effect. That should tell you how long you pause. So there's no formula as such, right? Sometimes you just need to breathe for your own. Sometimes you've forgotten the next time. So you pause until the next time comes. Sometimes you pause just to look into a couple of people's eyes to see if they're with you or to make them come with you. So there cannot be a specific fit time. Your speech has to demand it. Yeah, I know I didn't give you an answer, but that's how pauses are. You never know. No, it happens. You just pause. You know, after it, I don't know if you know, there's a Toastmaster in Tamil Nadu. He writes beautiful analysis of every world championship winning speaker. Sometimes when I read, I'm like, hey, that speaker also doesn't know all this. He paused 22 times. This word he used 17 times. But yeah, so different people interpret it differently. So there is no constant knowledge. Yeah. Okay, yeah. What is the next word? Next letter? Empathy, right? Huh? What does empathy mean? No, emphatic means you have to talk about your past, not somebody else's past. Right? So I have in Toastmasters especially, I have attended more funerals than in my real life. In every ISC contest, somebody's grandfather dies. At least one speaker in every contest. Somebody grandfather, grandmother, Pagatyuti grandfather, just next door neighbor grandfather. Because of that loss, my life. Sometimes it really happens, but many times you manufacture that emotion. Okay? You really, I was telling you now, right? I could have told you it is like running a marathon race, you sweat, but you look at me as a marathoner. Marriage is different, marathon. So then I tell you, I watched it, right? So what do I mean by emphatic is the real, experienced, true emotions and words. That's what will get you the trophy. When I won, I'll tell you what my speech was about in 2020. The speech is called Rat in the House. So one day a rat came inside the house, my house. My wife, she looked at me and said, Raghavan, there's a rat in the house. There is space in the house either for you or the rat. You decide. Right? So I'm chasing the rat everywhere. And the rat actually escapes and goes out of the house. I'm like super proud, happy, I go to him. The rat is away. Then I asked him to catch the rat. You have chased it, which means it will come back again tomorrow. So the mission was still open. So the next day, I keep a trap and then I catch the rat. Okay. Along this time, I'm also living my life at work. My boss is chasing me, my employees are chasing me, my wife is chasing me, my father is chasing me, my imaginary dead grandfather also is chasing me. So life is happening, right? And so once I catch the rat, I take the rat trap, I look at the rat, and me and the rat have a conversation. Then I say, hey rat, I'm so sorry. You know, I feel you, man. I really feel you. I am also like you. I also got chased around like I chased you. It's a tough life. The rat looks back at me, eye to eye contact. And the rat says, sure, but you are the one that trapped me. Too philosophical. Pausing for a minute. What I'm trying to say is we all are thinking that we are getting chased around by people, by situations, by money, by circumstance at office, that we fail to notice that sometimes we are the ones trapping others. Your political views, you are putting it on someone else. The hero you like just because somebody doesn't like your fighting. The work that you want to get done in your style is not happening and you get angry. Your wives, your kids, your husbands, your friends, your opinions, your thoughts, your beliefs, you are putting on someone else, right? You are putting a trap onto them. While you are getting chased, you are trapping someone else. That was my speech. Judging by the silence, now I know why I lost the semi-finals. But I won the trophy. 22. Because she didn't contest. Now you know what you should do to me. But yeah, but that was my real life story, right? I had chased the rat. And I had failed as a mentor, as an employee of my company, as a husband. I had not done many things. And so I was thinking the world is making me a victim, while actually I was trapping someone else. So it has to be original. Even if the audience have pin drop silence, nobody gets it, you will still get a trophy. By the timer, I don't see any timing corrector. She's forgotten to time me. Everybody is answering your question. Okay, what is the letter coming up next? No, he is not came here. Oh, you are going there. Okay, okay, I see where you are going. But the next letter is A. Yeah, so what is that thing you think? Brilliant. Somebody said the word, right? Hey, so the slide also got mixed up. It is supposed to not be at his back, but on this place. Okay, so it is not adapted to the speed. But you see, I am from Tamil Nadu, right? District 120. Again, when I came into this stage, I had to adapt to this audience, right? Get you all with me. That is a very important challenge for any speaker. Now, I want to share with you one of the biggest failures of my life. This is exactly when this picture was taken. For six years, I had struggled to get onto the district stage itself. 13, 14, 16, 17, 18. And my max is around 5 years. Yeah, and then finally in 2018, I won the division level. Good speech. It's about Sachin Tendulkar and my dream of wanting to become a Sachin Tendulkar. As you can see, it didn't happen. But he will become like me very soon. Just 2 more kgs. Sachin is on track. But my speech was about wanting to hear people scream, Raghava, Raghava. Wanted to go onto the ground, stand in the middle, and all around people standing, screaming my name. That was my dream. I'm doing a speech on that. And at the division level, I did another speech on bike racing. So my speeches are all filled with energy. Okay. So there will be real energy on stage. In division level, I cracked it there. I was flying on the stage, was on fire. Great speech. And Sri Lanka and Tamil Nadu were in the same district in 2018. So the first time I'm going to the district level, I'm going to Sri Lanka, international trip. I'm like excited, prepared, very nicely done. I'm going to, yeah, register the applause back. It's for that effect. Keep pausing for effect. Yeah. 3 minutes, Rashana. Okay. So I go to Sri Lanka, and have you been to, I don't know if you have seen that auditorium, it's called Bangalore International Auditorium. It can seat about 1,000 people. Ground floor balcony and all. People came to see me from the balcony and all. I'm going, I'm like charged, I'm ready to rock, and I'm delivering the bike race speech filled with adrenaline. For the finals, I had kept Sachin Tendulkar's speech. So I had to crack the semis and then finals. So I'm going on stage, I'm standing, the audience are all there, I'm breathing in, pausing, and then I'm doing the speech. It's about racing. Do you guys drive bike? In Bangalore, it is impossible. In Chennai, when I drive bikes, I engage in mock race. Somebody else is also driving. Me and you race. That BMW showroom is a milestone. And then I didn't, he doesn't even go into the race. I didn't. So I do that speech. And then I was saying there are speed breakers that come. And sometimes I try to avoid these speed breakers, and while trying to avoid it with an act, the other guy comes, doesn't mind speed breaker, gets on it and goes. So I was saying not all speed breakers are bad. Speed breakers are like challenges in your life. Just face them head on. Okay? Judging by the response, I will never crack this semifinals. But yeah, so that was the speech. I'm in the most intense phase of the speech, talking about the race. I'm on the stage, biggest auditorium, biggest day of my life. Right in the middle of that auditorium, like you, there's a guy in red shirt, white dots. He still haunts my dreams many times. He's sitting like this and doing this. In 2018, perhaps the biggest day of my life. My wife wants to say after the wedding day. Second biggest day of my life. I'm on stage and I'm looking at someone who's sleeping and done. I forgot everything. I forgot the speech. I forgot where I was in the speech. I got totally derailed at the largest ever stage in Toastmasters District 120. Done. Face becomes red, I'm sweating. I don't know what happened. Suddenly, a yellow card came. The timer also felt pity for me. And then I came and sat down. My friend comes and says, as if some death has happened. It's okay, bacha. Better than next. Better than next. Division champion. Don't tell anybody. You know what happened there was, despite years of journey in Toastmasters, despite everything I learned, despite everything I thought I had achieved, out of 1,000 people, just a flicker of somebody disengaged threw me off. See, the stage is bigger than all of us here. We are not bigger than the stage. That day I realized the stage is the temple, right? And I just failed to adapt. I couldn't adapt to that challenge. I couldn't adapt to that crisis. Everything deserted me, and then I just bombed. But then for you to be able to win trophies and hearts, you need to adapt. And my mentor is sitting right here. He was the first champion of online contest in the district. Of course, I'm second, but he's the first. I'm the latest. No, but I mean, so he showed us, right? He led us an example that you have to sometimes, we all love the stage, the energy is great, amazing. And then there are so many wonderful people watching us online. That could not have been possible otherwise. But then if you don't adapt, you fail. And so an online contest needs you to adapt differently. Bangalore audience needs me to create different speeches, because clearly my speeches won't work here. But you have to do new things, right? Adapt to challenge, adapt to people, adapt to the audience, adapt your ideas to the stage. Now, if you have journeyed with me till now, as the red card comes, you know what's coming next. What does K mean? Huh? K for king. K for knowledge. Knowledge of what? Keeping it simple, somebody saw my slide back. But yeah, see, while ideas in the speech we create at the club are at great philosophical level, are like rat in the house. Difficult to understand. You know what holds the audience? You know what brings the trophy to your lap? Are when you create the simplest of ideas. In simplicity lies magnificence. My own quote, you can quote me. In simplicity lies magnificence. If you see all of the world championship winning speakers, right? All of the world championship speeches, they are from very simple ideas. And I put this picture there because the most recent winner came up with an outstanding speech idea. Now imagine this, okay? Bangalore is hot today. So I'll use this example. It's very hot. Imagine you are walking in this road, say 500 meters, it's hot, you are sweating and you become thirsty and you want to drink something. So you go to a juice shop, you order mango juice, right? And the shopkeeper gives you just the most amazing, delicious, the right amount of sweet, the right amount of chillness, neither too cold nor too warm, just the exact brilliant mango juice. And then you drink a full mug. And once you are done, you keep the empty mug down. Then the shopkeeper comes, hello, beta, or and gives you just that little bit more in that mixing. The last one, how do you feel? There is no word, look at your faces. You feel that, right? That was the speech. And he said, give that little extra mango juice to people in your life, in your relationships, in your friendships, in your daily life. That little extra mango juice. To your wife, to your husbands, to your kids, to your friends. That little extra mango juice makes all the difference in the world. How nice, no? You like that speech? You like that idea? It is just from Toastmaster Selvaraj. And Sridhar spoke about be jerryfic. We all know Tom and Jerry, right? And he talks about how that Jerry keeps coming back, keeps doing better things. It's in size, in frame, in role, it is always under Tom, and yet it is Jerry-fic, right? So these simple ideas create magnificence. In simplicity lies magnificence. And if you have followed the breadcrumbs, the simple activity, right? What did we lead to? We need to speak, right? You need to speak to win the trophy. Surprise, surprise. It's not just speaking. It is making it a story. It is pausing at the right moments. It is being emphatic, being original. It is being able to adapt. It is about keeping things simple. I hope you enjoyed it. I have one final secret to share with you. But hey, why don't we have a couple of questions, like the nice pause question before I... Don't worry about the red card. I asked for the red card 3 minutes ahead. Okay? Don't worry about it. Any questions do you have till what we have discussed till now? Even online can ask questions, but somebody has to monitor. Yes, one more. Please.
Yeah, I actually saw the international speeches. They say that you need to give at least, you need to impress the audience in the first 30 seconds with a good move or a good good move, good question or good statement or a good situation. In that first 20 seconds, when you tell that, I think you caught your audience. So could you just tell how you started? Because people know what is their message in the end. People know how they are going to the message. So the start is something that we would love to know.
Very good. Very good. Thank you so much for your name.
Subhash.
Great question, Subhash, right? And one of the most critical and sometimes overlooked things is the opening. You said opening 20 seconds. Actually, the discussion is about opening 7 seconds. You either win or lose the audience in 7 seconds. That's what they say. Whether does it really work like that is another story, right? But see, when you start off it, if you're getting started, there are these usual tropes. Ask a question, give a quote, start off with a storyline, right? Or a metaphor or a phrase. Long ago there lived a king, right? Or crack a joke, or just pause. Any tool that you can use to get the audience look up and take notice of you, you need to have that in your speech. That is for grabbing the attention, right? While I still really believe in it, I would also say when you're writing your script, don't think of do I have a great opening? Do I have a great end? It is your content that will be king. You can play outstanding cover drives, but if you don't hit the ball in the bat, it is a play and miss. See, Bumrah can play a very good straight drive. So can Virat Kohli. But Bumrah and Virat Kohli are not the same batters. So what I would suggest for any speaker that is getting started or in the middle of your journey is focus on creating outstanding content. Anytime you can make this SPEAK. But if you don't have the content there, nothing is going to work. So yes, opening is important. Can be a rhetorical question. When was the last time you did something for the first time? Nice question, no? Right? So you start thinking. That's called rhetoric. You ask a question, you crack a joke, you throw a googly to the audience. It is all some good tools for a start. We'll do some other day, we'll do a detailed workshop on scripting, and there we can even go into detail. But for you, focus on content. We'll eventually get it. Thank you so much. Yes, you are.
I have a question from
From the online
audience.
Okay.
Divya Shankar. What are some smart ways to incorporate props into a speech and make it look natural?
Don't make it look natural. Let it be natural. Okay. You can't create a situation where you need a prop. Please don't make that mistake. Okay. I'm going to assume that what you mean is how do I bring props organically into my speech? But to the audience, if your speech does not demand a prop, don't worry. The first speech ever that I still carry in my heart had an invisible prop. How many of you have flown in an aircraft? How many of you have taken the flight? Taken a flight, right? I'll tell you something. When you go on a flight, when there is turbulence, at the beginning you're given safety instructions, right? And they say when there is turbulence or oxygen levels go down, what should you do? The mask will fall down. What should you do? Wear the mask first, then help others. What is the moral of the story? Putting yourself first is okay. So the first speech that captured my heart. The man who wrote it is sitting right here, Sridhar Ranganath. Yeah, registered rapper. No, Sridhar didn't create an aircraft, bring air hostess, put mask and all, no? Yeah. So sometimes the most powerful prop is the one that you don't see at all. Yeah. So if your speech demands a prop, bring it. It can be a costume. I was chasing a rat in the house, right? So obviously I couldn't have done it with blazers. So I was wearing a t-shirt. I had a mop. I mean, I had a rat trap in my hand and a sweeping broom. So I brought it to the speech, but only because the speech demanded it. Right? In my Sachin speech, which was the previous one, which talked about people having to celebrate me, I can't bring Sachin Tendulkar. So I put up a Sachin poster behind me and I wore an India cap. These are small props that you can bring. But hey, Sridhar won championships without ever bringing a prop to the stage. So it depends on what your speech wants, Divya, not really bringing it on. You don't do that. The props are not going to win you the trophy. Your content is going to win you the trophy and how you present it, right? So I'm sorry I'm disappointing you with these answers, but yeah. Let's get it. Thank you. Chinmay, hi Chinmay.
See, all of these speeches are like an end result of many hours of effort. Right? Could you please give us some insight into those many hours that get in and what is your process? Right? Or is there something unique you've learned?
Brilliant. Yeah. So first answer, of course, is the process is different to each of us. Each of us will go through a process. It's not the same process for everyone. But if there is one thing that I can really request each one of you to do, is write. Like take a pen to paper or take a keyboard to a notepad. Write. Don't have it in your minds. Don't use voice notes alone. Because what happens is content is like a waterfall, right? It just keeps flowing in bursts. And it's like the breeze that touches you. It comes and goes and sways, ebbs and flows. And if you're not catching all of them, if you don't write them down in words, the space to innovate or expand or make it transform into something else is very difficult. So the process that made me win trophy ultimately is writing the script. Every word. Of course, you will not go onto the stage, mug up and repeat it. But the words will be so ingrained into your hearts that if somebody in the audience sleeps, you will not forget. You will still be able to come back. So the other process is different. For example, I cannot stand in front of the mirror and practice. I am too awesome to do it. I get distracted. So only the faults, I can only see the faults. I can't see any of my speeches again. Recorded, I can't see. I practice in front of someone else. I give them the punishment of speaking. I don't see this. So that process is different. Some people are practicing segments alone. One segment, they keep practicing 10 times, 20 times. Some people do the entire speech. So to each of us, practice is different. But one method, if I were to tell you, is please write it. And the more you write, or the more number of times you revisit those words, there is a visual picture and then there is an ingrained emotion. So that's one process I do. Maybe one final question and we wrap. Yes. Again, timer has forgotten the card. Supposed to come up in 2 minutes. One more done over. Okay. Blame her. I don't know. She only asked me. But yeah, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Gayatri. Okay, this might sound cliche, but I'm a person I cannot write.
Okay.
I mean, I'm good at writing. After writing, I cannot present. I cannot give a speech. I've given multiple speeches, but in one instant, there was one speech wherein I did not write. I only made pointers, and that was an amazing speech.
Right.
Why doesn't it work for people?
Fair enough. Yeah. I'll tell you one thing, right? Thank you. What is your name again?
Gayatri.
Gayatri. So I'm going to ask a pertinent question. Okay, I was like you guys. My first few years, I was a rock star on stage. Huh? I never used to write, but I always spoke great. But here is a question I'm asking all of you. How many of you joined Toastmasters to become a better version of yourself? Why? You're all better. You're all already good, no? Why? That will work, no? How many of you have gone to the gym? I go across the gym every day. When you go to the gym, you have to work out, correct? There may be people who go on a diet, reduce weight. And they might ask, why should I go to the gym? See, Toastmasters contests are like gymming. I know I'm not the right person to advise anything. But see, what I'm saying is we have come to Toastmasters for a purpose. It is to transform ourselves. There are many ways to transform. One of the many, and perhaps the most powerful tools you must adapt to is writing in a contest. You don't have to take it from me, of course, but if you write a speech, you will see the difference between going solo and creating a maverick speech and then being able to make magic through method, right? Writing is just putting method to the madness. So if you are a Toastmaster, you have come here to transform yourself, take one or two of these steps. Take roles in every meeting, attend meetings, right? Take roles in every meeting. D121 have done marketing for you in that sense also. But yeah, take roles, attend meetings and write your speeches. It makes a difference, guys. But of course, whether you want to take it up or not is up to you, but it's a great technique that works. Okay, on that note, let me give you, this is the one secret that I will share with everybody who aspires to create winning speeches. This is called the Dala horse. Okay, this is the national symbol of Sweden. Even today, there is one village in Sweden where this Dala horse is made. What is special about the Dala horse is this is completely manual, no automation, no molds, no preset templates. There is a family in a village. They take logs of Swedish wood and they handmade this Dala horse with hand and they paint it. Right? So every Dala horse looks slightly different colors, but they're all Dala horses. Now I happened to meet with the chief of that village and I was asking, how do you make this Dala horse? And he just told me, sir, we take a piece of wood and cut off everything that is not the Dala horse. So this is like my rat in the house speech. I don't understand. And then he said again, I take a piece of wood and I cut off everything That is not the gala horse. What connection to Toastmasters? Take your speech, take your script, and throw off everything that is not your speech. Some random joke about 29 pubs, some joke about the politics of India, some joke about Bangalore and Chennai, some joke about Toastmasters DCP points. Throw everything out. You get your dollar horse. That dollar horse might actually be your trophy. Thank you so much, District 121 for having me. Yeah. All the very best, and I really wish you get this also someday. Thank you so much, and back to you, James.
May I please request distinguished Toastmaster Arjun to felicitate distinguished Toastmaster Ram. Thank you, distinguished Toastmaster Raghavan Sridhar, for that motivation and an eye-opener. I'm pretty sure now we all know how to not to grapple with what to say and what to write. Ladies and gentlemen, are we ready for the next session? Yeah. Can I hear a yeah? All right, so moving on, we have the contest speeches for the judges training session. Please allow me to call upon distinguished Toastmaster Arun Ramaratnam for the next session. Can you please applaud?
Okay, no lectures now. It's just going to be purely a demo session because so far we've given you a lot of theory, and it's a hard act to follow after a lovely speech like that. He stole everybody's heart. But since I'm not speaking, I'm cool. I'm just going to be demoing something. We want to ground you all with a little bit of practical experience and sort of get you all to experience the challenge of being a judge. Okay, so what we're going to do is we don't have the time to put you through the 8 speakers pressure, but we're going to try and give you a subset of it. Okay, I'll wait for things to settle down. We want both online and offline people to participate. My understanding is that for the online folks, a link has been shared of a PDF document that is the scoring sheet, which is where as judges you shall be scoring. And for people in the room, we have actually circulated the scoring sheet in print form. So is there anybody here who doesn't have a scoring sheet in the room? You don't have one, Gayatri? Hold on, we'll get you one. Can somebody give one to Gayatri here? Anybody else who doesn't have a scoring sheet in the room? For those who are monitoring the online folks, can folks online confirm that you have access to that link? And I see a few yeses and thumbs up online, please. Can somebody check the responses if you have access? I just want to make sure we are keeping the online folks as well in mind. It's easy to, they are? People are getting the form, great. So online folks, I want to make sure you are participating in this. It's as much an extension of the room. We are going to have 3 speakers now, one after the other, which is randomly choose people, and we drag one person just now because somebody dropped off. So the idea is not the speakers themselves, they've all been gracious enough to come and get grilled by hundreds of people. So let's first give a big round of applause to those 3 speakers we shall hear when they come on stage. All right, Now, timer, where are you? Can I have, yeah, usual 5 to 7 minutes. So please, you know what to do. Speakers, you're all spoken before, so we're not wasting time telling you when the flags will come. You're all spoken before in your clubs. So they're going to be giving you an ISC speech, 3 speeches on the trot. I assume that everybody in the room now has papers. And for those of you, how many of you are doing judging for the first time? Raise your hands, please. Now, for God's sake, read the criteria in the next 1 minute. Same thing for people online. Please read that sheet, because if you don't read that sheet, you won't know what to observe. So I'll wait for the next 1 minute, timer, minute and a half. So please, I want the rest of you to please read that sheet. Read that sheet which has the criteria. Reflect on each of the words there in those subcategories. Also note the score numbers that are assigned to each of them. Also note the fact that in columns you have spaces for the speaker names to be entered. Right? Now, unlike in a regular contest where they will read out all the names, I'm not going to be doing that, so I'm going to be a little lazy here. I shall be calling out the speaker name. At that time, you shall write the name down. Right? So please bear with me. I'm not following. I don't have a contest master here, so I'm doubling up. And that's what we're going to do. So we're good to start, everybody. Can I see a few thumbs up online? Can someone be my eyes and say, people online are ready? Somebody watching, are there thumbs up from folks ready?
Yes, yes.
Great, wonderful. So I want everybody online to participate. Out here I can supervise, online you're at your homes, but please diligently do this. And remember 2 things I said. Make sure that when you finish the speech, you are scoring against those criteria. At the end of it, just total and don't change the total. Train for that integrity of sticking with that total. Okay? Right. We get started now. And please give a thunderous applause for this first speaker. I'm going to randomly call Toastmaster Ridhima. If you could please come on stage. We don't have hand mics with us. You have to use this. That isn't a handicap. What's your title?
Finding me in us.
Why?
Finding me in us.
Oh, wow. Lovely. Finding me in us. Toastmaster Ridhima. Big round of applause, please.
After a long, long wait, I'm all decked up in my best. Makeup on point, hair blow dried, all set. And here arrives my Prince Charming Rahul. Oh, Richa, what are you wearing? I told you so many times, don't wear such gaudy dresses. You make me look cheap. You and your eccentric choices. From you are a mess to you are a misfit. To change your ways, to change yourself. I have heard it all. A very good afternoon, Toastmasters and guests. How many of you have ever been in a partnership, relationship, or situationship where you have felt suffocated? Couple of people like me? We always keep seeking love, support, understanding from our partners, but have we ever tried to find us? Have we ever tried to find the me in us? I have always been a fan of fairy tales. I always felt that Rahul is a Raj to my Simran, Bajirao to my Mastani, Romeo to my Juliet. In the start of my relationship,
Rahul made it very clear. It's either his way or the highway. And I, being head and heels over with him in love, I agreed. Gradually, the situation changed. Over a period of months, whatever I did was either offensive or off taste. In a few months later, I had already become a version that Rahul liked. Rahul's version of myself. I would look at the mirror and start cringing. What have I become? I was trying desperately to find the me in the earth that I was trying to build, but in vain. Dear Toastmasters, as a husband, you might have, like me, lost your us while raising a family. As a parent, you might have lost your me in caring for your child. As an employee, you might have lost your me in serving the organization for building an us. And I had lost my me while building the relationship with Rahul. It was Rahul's birthday, the last birthday that we were together. I had planned to gift him roses. After all, roses were his favorite. I had tactically sown the seeds so that by our anniversary few months later, they would be in full blossom, spreading the fragrance of our love. Romantic, isn't it? Well, when I presented it to Rahul, in front of full audience, he yelled at me, "Richa, what is this?" My gift was off taste for him. I was in shock. Sadness overwhelmed me. My heart was broken, and so was my self-respect and worth. And these broken pieces were sharing my insides when I came out of that room. When I was outside and gasping for breath, I realized that the very me that I was trying to hold on to had already vanished long, long back. As I remembered the time that I had spent with Rahul and the things that I have done for the relationship to build the we, I had lost my me. When the news of that relationship was strangling me and I was feeling choked at the brink of that breakdown, I decided for once and all to break free. As a hard-learned lesson from the relationship that I had, I'm here to share a 3-point strategy that I built for myself to make myself fail-proof. 1, always value the me in us. 2nd, be emotionally strong. Don't be like me. And 3rd, it's always you. And remember to be you. With these beliefs under my wings, I started off on a journey of self-discovery. I met new people, I made new hobbies, and most importantly, I found myself. And during this time, I found my driving force, that is coaching. I now coach people, help them to find their me, while my me is standing tall as ever. Dear Toastmasters and guests, it is imperative and of utmost importance to find your me and hold on to it. Do not ever let it go. For finding me in your us is the only recluse. The roses that I had sown are now blooming in fragrance, reflect the new me. And about Rahul, we parted ways. He has now joined India Alliance. Toastmaster of the day.
How loudly and appreciate the speaker. Never easy to be judged by scores of people. It will be daunting for a world champion of speaking like that. Great job done. Thank you. All right. In the interest of time, we're moving on to the second speaker, and we're doing this to get you to feel the pressure. You have 1 minute now, 60 seconds to score against the criteria. Time. That's all you get. Feel the pressure. Now, we're going to call second speaker. Please put your hands together to invite the second speaker of the day, which is Toastmaster Sai Snehal. Please give a big round of applause for Toastmaster Sai Snehal. Like, share, and subscribe. Toastmaster Sai Snehal.
If you know me and follow me on my social media, you must also know I rarely and barely post anything. Wait, what? Did my speech title indicate something about building a social media presence? Good afternoon, Toastmasters and guests. There's one question I'm sure that's running in all of your heads. Who is the guy who has no active social media presence going to speak about building a social media presence? Well, coaches don't play. In January to June 2020, I was a wildcard entry to become the VTPR of my club. I had zero knowledge on what exactly that has to be done. And I wanted to get to the depth of it, and I started reading rather than posting. I understood the presence and the core of what a social media requirements are. Why do we need it? How do we need it? When do we need it? And where do we need it? I started watching a lot of videos in all 1 week time before I could step into my role. And I understand the one most important thing. Why do we need an audience? For example, my Toastmaster Club started in the year 1998. And the initial form of advertisement was the print, which is no longer existent today. A single advertisement in newspaper got us over 30 walk-ins back then. But in the age of where digital presence is across, you hardly get 1 or 2 with print. And that's when I knew you needed to build an audience. Let's just say you start or create an Instagram account today. Who are the first set of people that you would follow? Your friends, friends, brands, celebrities, actors, sportsmen, and everything. That's how you build. But number 1, 2, 3 goes in the same order. Let's just take Toastmaster Club, for example. Who are the first people you would follow? Your club members, other clubs, district officers, and so on. And that's where I started the journey. I started following all the social media handles of all the Toastmasters clubs across the city first. Then I moved to a different area, different division, then the different district. And I got so many messages across all my social handles that I was doing, and I was invited to clubs. Do you ever hear the MC say there are over 14,000 clubs across the globe? But can anybody except the district officer's name at least 10? That's where the power of social media comes in. I've attended 15 without knowing any one of them till date. And I've attended each one of them, be it at 1 a.m. or 1 p.m. This only got me the opportunity because I was handling, not just handling, but interacting and networking with so many players of all the clubs across the world. The next question that occurred to me is, how do I do it? There's a recent Google survey which says there are about averaging 40 apps in your phone, and out of which 80% are social media apps. The reason I'm telling you is this: we try to be everywhere. Instagram launches threads, let's jump in. Something else, we jump in. The moment you start spreading, you spread thin. You need to start by being qualitative over quantitative. There are thousands and thousands of OTT platforms. Just like how you don't need every one of them, you don't need every one social media presence that's out there. You can start by one or two and then build your way up. The first time we started recording a meeting in our club, I knew I had something great potential with it. I knew there was an opportunity that nobody else had. We started uploading it on YouTube. And as far as I know, we were the first club to do so, and we had walk-ins and inquiries every single day post that. And today, we're doing really well with our YouTube channel. Most of us think social media is only for the others. Trying to give out something, trying to, get more followers, likes, or whatever it is. But the main reason social media is you try to create content, whether it's informational, whether it's entertaining, or any sort. When you give something in return to the audience, that is when you grow your presence. You don't try to advertise, that comes secondary. But first, try to put your value to the audience out there, and that's when everything comes back to you. If you see all these district officers here, they give us so much every single time. Every opportunity that they get, they give us something in return. Whether an opportunity to speak, to lead, or whatever it is, they're giving something in return. And when you give them back, that's when a real value is generated. Same thing applies to social media. You provide for the people, and people will provide for you. The element of building a social media audience. The next time you're out there trying to build something, always remember, be it an organization, personal, or whatever it is, if you're trying to give something out there, it'll always come back to you in any form you want. Thank you. Back to you.
Online and offline, please. Full the applause. Come in before the please applaud. Please applaud together for a wonderful speech, and maybe go into the speaking. Okay, that brings us to the last speaker for the day. We are having only 3. We wish we could give you 8. Yeah. Oh, thank you. That's a wise contest master trainer caught me in my mistake. Thank you for that. All right, we have 1 minute for you to rank. I noticed some papers lying around. People have given up scoring. Please don't give up. This is just 3. Imagine you had to do 8. And all equally good. Imagine you have to rack your brains. Go ahead, you have a minute. Yeah. The last speaker for the day is Toastmaster Meena M. Please come on. The silver lining, Meena M.
Yeah. Perfect. Go back. Yes. Yeah.
Check. Audio check. Do you remember holding on to that silver line when you had fear, when you had to fight to look out for the light at the end of the tunnel? Dear fellow travelers, way back in 2019, when I started my journey as a Toastmaster, I feared taking up evaluation. Felt, how can I evaluate someone out in the open? Will I be able to give the right feedback? This fear held me as a hostage not to attempt my evaluation to complete my level 1. This fear dodged me not just for days, not just for weeks, but months together. And I just wanted to run away from evaluating a speech until I found the silver line. The in-person club contest that I attended way back in 2020 at Infosys campus. I clearly remember the guest speaker walked from the front of the desk gracefully onto the stage, and she delivered an impeccable speech. As an audience, while I was seated amidst that huge crowd, I never gave a feedback of improvement for this amazing speech. As the format of evaluation goes, the contestants walked in one after the other, to not just praise the test speaker, but to appreciate her strengths and uplift her. Let me admit, at the start, I felt she did a good job. I didn't want to give feedback. How was it? If you do it personally, in talking amongst that huge crowd was not his job. But then there was a mind shift. The test speaker was diligently writing down the points that she received. And the evaluators were equally uplifting the speaker. This is when I understood the art of receiving the feedback and the art of giving a feedback to uplift each other. I was certainly inspired that evening of March 2020. And I had an action point in my mind. When I get back to my club, I have to give that long pending evaluation to complete my level 1. A couple of days later, yes, I did. Level 1 done. What inspired me that evening held on to me, and I wanted to take up one more evaluation. I took up evaluation after the other to see how far can I go, how far can I grow. That was certainly the silver line that got me out of the fear to the end of the tunnel to see the light. Why? I was an introvert who always waited for my chance in the meetings to raise my voice. This time, the evaluation skills that I learned, analytical skills, bring the point too much of time helped me to open up in the meetings. Not just that, asking my juniors for feedback before I give feedback about them to my managers helped me to assess myself as a lead. And the most important thing, use the sandwich technique to impress my mother, not to make a bold upma on Sunday morning, but to go for that biryani. Amma, your culinary skills are amazing. You know what to cook. Listen out. See, mom. And impress the dish that I wish to eat. That is. Was the beauty, and that was the light I saw at the end of the tunnel. Dear fellow travelers, this could be one facet of my learning visiting a contest in person. It could be multiple facets because the contest, World Championship Public Speaking, is happening since 1938. Imagine the impact that it would have left across people, across the globe. If you wish to take up the art of networking, interpersonal skills, you have an opportunity at the contest. If you want to polish your leadership skills, you have that opportunity at the contest. If you want to bring that message to the world, take up that spirit of competition, never give up, keep going like a marathon, one after the other, one after the other. You have an opportunity. And if you are someone wondering, where do I fit in amidst all of these pool of opportunities? If you are someone like me, you can be an audience the way I was at the 2020 in-person contest. Because certainly you will be inspired and you will find your passion and what is it that you wish to do and what is the fear that you wish to conquer. The question is, have you found the silver line to overcome the fear and see the light at the end of the tunnel?
Give a big round of applause for Meena for that one. Okay, all of you know, yeah, 1 minute is the last 1 minute you have to tally, to score. I would also like you to total it all and mark your 1, 2, 3. Keep those sheets with you and wait for a minute. All right, your time is out. Have you all finished your scoring and your tally? You got your 1, 2, 3. Hope you didn't use your impression, but the scores, which is something I've been emphasizing all through. If you did, please give a big round of applause to yourself, because you just completed the first practical session where you did the scoring. I'd like to request Safi to come on stage. This is going to try and quickly conclude. We've sort of had to tweak our program a bit because we had a few other things in mind, which was to take you through some sample ballots and show you how the differences are. But given the fact that we have another invited speaker as well, and we are way past our time for various reasons, we couldn't start on time. So given this, we're going to just take a few impressions from the room. Folks online, if you could just share your impressions of how it was to do this. If you're doing it for the first time, please share it on the chat and we'll have a few read. And for those people in the room, I'd like if we can have some mic runners, just 2-3 impressions and we'll close. Anybody here who can just share the mic, please?
Questions or any questions?
No. Quickly, please. Keep the mic to anyone. Yeah, the gentleman in the green shirt here, green and white t-shirt. What is your experience?
Hi, my name is Sagar. I'm from Manchester.
1 minute you have, quickly. Yeah.
First of all, it was like overwhelming to see so many points and evaluate. And one thing I tried to do is, after the first speaker did I given the points, I hide the points with one hand, and then again I tried to read and give it the others because I didn't want to see as it would have influence.
Okay, in the interest of time, summaries it is overwhelming. You're figuring out your own methods of how to make it work. Thanks for sharing. Can we take the mic to the lady in the green sari with the specs on? Oh my God. The next one.
I have judged a contest before.
Great.
So
Okay.
this was
Give us a tip then.
yeah, no, okay. One takeaway from your session was that, we could use the first speaker as, probably as a first, reference and then evaluate the others. That's my takeaway.
Thank you very much. Can we have some new person who wasn't evaluated, one last person, so that we can take the impressions and close? Yeah, the gentleman there. Go ahead.
So as I was judging, so I saw that I have held the first speaker as a reference, and then I marked the other speakers. And the second thing was I tried to maintain my integrity. So I didn't change the points after.
I'm so glad you made my day. At least one person's learned that lesson the hard way. Give her an applause. See the predicament. Don't go by your heart, go by the score. Thank you so much for listening. Okay, last one or two, and then we'll close. Go ahead.
Yeah, I actually
After her. Yeah, wait, I'll get to you.
Yeah, I think I'm doing the evaluation, judging for the first time, and I really felt I'm not good for it. How can I judge such wonderful speakers? But I kept on thinking that today is my day, so I better judge them. And I like the idea of keeping the first one is going to be the benchmark for all the others. So I'm sorry, I want to say that was the least given, somewhere average, so that I could go below that and above that.
That's fine. It's relative anyway, so you're great.
Thank you.
Big round of applause for the lady for what she done. Over to you. Last one, go ahead and we have it close.
Yeah, there were three kinds of speeches. One was a personal story, one was a relatable.
No, don't analyze. Just get your experience.
I think there were different kind of speeches as you've seen contests, and it's always a fun experience to decide who is the winner.
Okay, in the interest of time, we're going to close because we got a guest speaker as well, and we're way off schedule. So, first of all, thank you all for giving us the opportunity to share whatever we had. And Safi, please come. Please come as well. So, both of us are going to take a bow and thank you both. Oh my God, for giving us the opportunity. We are both available. After this, we'll share our numbers somewhere, or you can find us on Facebook. Whatever questions you have through the journey. I haven't even spoken to him on this, but I know him very well. We both will be there through the journey till the final contest is over. Any help you need, DVDs, ADs, presidents, judges, whoever you are, feel free to reach us. That's our job, right? So with that, thank you very much. And your questions will all be answered. You will send it to us offline, and we'll publish all those questions in a FAQ, right? Thank you very much. Thanks for now. With that, I pass it on to members.
Can I please request distinguished Toastmasters Savita to felicitate distinguished Toastmaster.
Thank you very much, distinguished Toastmaster Arun and distinguished Toastmaster Safir, for that enlightening session. Now that we have come to an end to the judges training program conducted by the prestigious District Chief Judge, distinguished Toastmaster Arun, and the contest management chair, distinguished Toastmaster Safir, let's move on to the next section. Are we ready? Doesn't look like we're ready. Can we go on? All right. So moving on to the next section, which is the speech contest for the evaluation. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce you to the co-founder and CEO of Helixon, one of the youngest managing directors in healthcare in India, district champion ISC 2020. He's the first ever district champion of District 120, the district champion of evaluation 2014 of District 82, Tamil Nadu and Sri Lanka. He's also been the district finalist 24 times, has participated in contests across club, area, division, and district more than 125 times, delivered more than 150 educational sessions and keynote addresses, a mentor to over 50 Toastmasters, a past area director of B4 District 120. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Sridhar Rangana.
Very good evening. Can I have my right 30, 90, and 30? Is okay. On a Sunday evening to give this kind of 30, 90, 30 gives a very different connotation, I know. How many of you have seen this movie called High Tension? I'm sure nobody would have seen it because this movie is not very popular. This is also a French movie. Actually, it's a French movie. It's called Hot Tension. It's released in UK in 2003, French horror thriller film directed by somebody like Aja and all those details. You know why I have put this? It had a very interesting review, which is what I'm going to put now. It says at the very last moment, when the movie looks to have come to an end, it introduces a plot twist that actively ruins the logic and point of view of the movie, renders previous scenes unnecessary and useless, and rapidly switches the gears from strong slasher genre work to watered down, uncompelling psychological thriller. You know why I have put this here? When you look at this agenda, so when you thought after a long day, after a late lunch, after Raghavan Sridhar's session and the speech contest, judging, everything is over and we were expecting the PQD to come and give the vote of thanks. Suddenly you find something like this. And you have a session on evaluation by Sridhar Ranganathan. And this is definitely a high tension. And you can see the tagline of this movie, it will scare you, scare the hell out of you. And that is all about the session now. I've never been a judge so far because all the years so far from 2006 when I became a Toastmaster, I've always been a contestant. And I don't know what is it or how painful it is for a judge. For a moment when I was sitting there and seeing these three people speaking, and then when I looked at the evaluation judging criteria sheet, I knew, okay, how difficult the judges have been. Many times when I didn't win, I would have cursed the judges also. Now I have great respect thanks to TTM Arun and the team. So, but this has to be, and that is why I thought I'll call this a 30, 90, and 30 so that it will reduce your tension. I put a 2x2 matrix here. So there are certain speeches where you can speak, correct? And there are certain speeches we know we can't speak. And there are certain speeches we succeed and certain speeches we don't succeed. So when we know we can speak and we succeed, we become happy, correct? And we know we can't speak and we succeed, we wonder how it happened. And there are certain speech we know we can speak and we don't succeed. Okay. Now I put a few more in where that has disappeared, I don't know. So evaluation, to cut the crap fast, evaluation is a speech where you know you can speak and you can succeed. Because if you ask any VP education when the contest is announced, the easiest contest where people can participate is evaluation contest, right? Because table topics is difficult, IAC people, humorous, so nobody will come. Evaluation contest, everybody will give name. Of course, even if there is a few back out, you will still have 10, 15 people contesting for evaluation contest because you go on stage, you tell them vocal variety, body language, stage management, you will definitely be successful on that speech and you will never fail. At least you can speak for 1 to 2 minutes. And second reason is Indians are good at evaluating everything. Whatever we know, we can keep evaluating. I remember first time when I went as a guest in Chennai Toastmasters Club, they gave me a table topics. I'm sure it would have happened to everybody. I spoke for 45 seconds and that good afternoon and thank you was the longest one I remember. And I spoke something in between, rattled and came and sat. Then there was a table topics evaluator for that. He spoke for 2.5 minutes on that actually. Right, and he came and told, this is very good. You were able to look at the audience and speak and blah, 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 blah. And finally he said, one recommendation, next time speak something related to the topic, he said. So evaluation is the easiest thing that you can actually work on. Now that is why I call it happy hours, when it will be very relevant when you look at 30, 90 and 30, not happy hours actually, right? So now, should I prepare for an evaluation contest? So some people come and ask me, why are you going and taking education session on evaluation contest? Can we go prepared? So I said, yeah, we can prepare. So which means one guy took it very seriously and he prepared the entire evaluation even before the speech was given. So he said, whatever the speaker is giving, I'm going to give this only. You can take it or not. And he probably placed third also, I think. Now, I want to look at some live scenarios which can probably help you understand where I'm coming from. An important guest is coming with an advance notice and I want to give a gift. What do? There is a lot of thinking that goes behind. I take time to go and look for a good gift and I know I've given the best and measure satisfaction, right? What if the same guest comes without informing, all of a sudden I want to give a gift? What happens? Something happens, right? So recycle some of the gifts we have received. Correct? That's what I do. Look for an old gift I had bought earlier. Look for anything that is available that looks good to give. And then with what was available, I managed and then measure the satisfaction as to what happened. In fact, we'll be more curious. Did we find out the sticker was removed or not? And all that we'll keep thinking about it, right? That's a life scenario. And similarly, if you're aware of a cockroach in the room, you get ready to attack. I look for the right weapon to tackle. I look for it and attack it. I suddenly see a cockroach in the room. What do? Look for what comes in hand, right? Sometimes it could be paper, mobile, sandals, remote, broomstick, or even use the leg to actually throw the cockroach out. So facing the scenarios in life, sometimes I go prepared with the best tool I have, knowing what challenge to encounter. Sometimes I encounter challenge, manage with whatever I get that time. And coming to evaluation contest, I feel in speech scenarios, when you go prepared with an idea, what all you can look for in the speech. So I'm not going to say how you should go prepared. What all you can look for in a speech when you're evaluating in an evaluation contest, it could be useful instead of looking at based on what comes to your mind at that particular point of time. That's the idea. So instead of just looking at vocal variety, body language, stage usage, can you look at something and what are the number of things that I can look for in a speech and can it be different? Like, because in an evaluation contest, if 10 contestants are there, you will find majority of them talking almost about the same thing. And that happens in humorous speeches also, right? When you go to a humorous contest, out of 10 speeches, 8 speakers will be on either wife or girlfriend, marriage, girlfriend and all that. 2-3 people will speak about the same girlfriend also. That can also happen, right? So similarly, in an evaluation, most of the points will be the same. How can you stand out differently and get those additional 1 or 2 points is what I'm trying to give that to you. So if you look at the judging criteria, all these aspects are very important. So if you know, for example, this one aspect itself, if you prepare, you will know how to win an evaluation contest. Because even if you miss one, for example, the summation, you are actually losing 15 points. So you're only competing for 85. And especially in any contest for that matter, the difference between a winner and loser is not going to be grossly wide. So you may lose with 1 or 2 points. At that time, this can make a huge difference. Now, I said 30, 90, and 30, right? So I want you to basically face your time as nothing else actually. So I face my speech, evaluation contest speech, 30 seconds for introduction, 90 seconds for evaluation, and the last 30 seconds for summation before I close. That's the best way. Now, introduction. Choose an appropriate statement. It can be generic or specific. Say maybe for example, if it is a speech on achieving dreams, I mean, I had one of the speech where I had to evaluate, then you can bring in either an Abdul Kalam quote to say so that it can actually be a good and impressive start. It can be very generic speech, but it may not be specific. And there was another speech which I was meant to evaluate, speech on a girlfriend who loves samosa. Speaker came and said all his speech was about how his girlfriend loved samosa and what all he did to actually make it happen. So when I started the introduction, I started using the samosa itself as reference, what all it had and how spicy it was, salty it was and all that, just as an introduction. Of course, it was 8 years back. Now, so many people have spoken about samosa and that becomes stale now. So be very careful. And then impact of the speech, if you can say, for example, 3-4 times I've used this. So when I went up on stage, I said, the impact that it had on me, I used a rhyme saying that some people when they speak, they give a kick. Some people like me when they speak, people will become sick. So something like that I said so that I can grab the attention for a good introduction. So good to practice a few sexy introduction statements when you're preparing for this so that it's easy for you to remember at that point. Now let's get into the content. So these are regular things which I said, no, body language, vocal variety, opening body conclusion, all these things. I'm sure there is quite a lot of things which will feature in many evaluation contestants when they are giving evaluation. Now, if you have to go beyond the obvious, now the next 3-4 slides are some things that I have worked over the last many years when I have done this. So make the listener think, what all can I look for differently? It's not just the judges, it's about the contestants, it's about the other people who basically are there to make them think differently. Now, what all can I look for in the content differently? So you can look at a problem solution, logic, emotions, compare and contrast, contradicting arguments, setting the speech, characterization, real versus hypothetical, past versus present, and then authority, authenticity and sincerity, memorability, relatability, adaptability, implementation scope, time allotted to various parts of the speech, how are the examples relevant, how are the characters built, how is the story closed. See, suddenly you will find going from the conventional evaluation, you can actually look at so many aspects. So in one of the evaluations, I said, for example, how are the characters built? And how are the examples relevant? All this thing, one of the characters, I said you introduced the 3 to 4 characters in the beginning, but you never gave enough weightage for those 2 of those 3 characters at all. So why is that why are those characters relevant in the speech? Maybe if you had not introduced, the impact would have been better in the recommendation. Right? And similarly, time allotted to various parts of the speech. Like Raghavan Shithar was mentioning opening body conclusion. Some of these people will actually, when they give a speech, the story itself will be more than 3/4 of the speech. Saying that, okay, can you then suggest saying that make the story shorter and bring the message longer so that it can make a huge impact. So suddenly going from the conventional what you're getting into a speech, you can look at various other aspects. So similarly, when you're looking at delivery, so you can look at what are the speaker's presence, is he a victim witness and all that. What all can I look for in the delivery? What is it in a vocal variety? Is it the rate of speech? Is it the volume and the pitch? What is in body language? Is it about gestures? Posture is an audience focus. And what all can I look for the point of audience? What is in it for me? Why should I listen to you? What will go right if I do what you say and what will go wrong if I don't do it? How has this benefited you? Is it heterogeneous and homogeneous? Is it catering to different type of audience, visual, kinesthetics and auditory? What are the challenges I will encounter with doing what I say? So you have already some 25-30 points, right, which you can probably look at evaluating very differently compared to what the conventional speeches would be. Again, it may be very difficult for you to look at all these things in a speech, but if you know what all can you look for, it's always easy for you to, and that's where practice is very important. So in every speech, I'll tell you toward then how I used to practice. And sometimes you can go the opposite way. There's an interesting thing I do always, because majority of the times you tend to look at people supporting a particular thing. I will go the opposite way. I'll tell you how. For example, questions. Invariably, when a speaker had started the speech with a question, I'm sure 7 out of 8, 10 contestants will come and say, it was great that you started with a question. I exactly go the opposite way. I won't tell them I have a recommendation. Don't start with a question. Correct? You're standing out there. You're standing different. And you have to justify it also. I'll say, when I actually, even in a contest, I did this. I said, when in a meeting, in a speech, when I was giving, started with a question without warming up the audience. I asked them, saying, what is the most important thing in life? One student said, whiskey. I said, I don't know what to do with that. So unless you are warming up with the audience, they may probably become an antagonist of the speech and they give some stupid answers and that can probably rattle you. So take 2-3 minutes. If you want to ask a question, warm the audience up, and when you know that the audience is already engaging with you very well, look at those people who are very receptive and ask that question. That can make the speech more impactful. Imagine 7 contestants would have come and told you started with a question and it was great. Now here I am coming and giving you an example and justifying, saying that why is it not good to start with a question and how is it important for you to take the question later will actually make the judges and the others think, right? Okay, it's a good point. Why should it not be taken? And similarly, stage moment. I'm sure if there is a speaker who had delivered like what I'm doing now because of various reasons, standing in one place and giving a speech, every evaluator will come and tell, contestant will come and say, you had such a big stage, why don't you make use of it? They'll say you can divide the stage into 3, 4 also. So it happens to everybody, right? Even I remember when 2013 when I was contesting in Chennai. So one speaker, I had actually told my mentor, I divided the stage into 3, my office, park and house and all that. So after the contest was over, one senior Toastmaster came and told me, either out of the 3 out of 4 times you told from your going from your office to home, you went to your neighbor's place, he said. Because he was marking where I actually had walked between my this one. So people will generally come and tell you stage usage is very important. I will always go the other way because I know many people would have touched that. I will go and tell them for this speech, you not moving was a masterpiece act. Everybody will wonder why. Yeah, I said, for this, you don't need to be animated at all. It was an emotional speech where you just needed the connect. Even the slightest change that you did in your body language this side and looking at the audience this side was a masterpiece. Now imagine 7 people or 8 people would have told you should have used the stage, use the stage, use the stage. I come and tell them don't use the stage as a recommendation. So that way it was actually it made an impact and more points. So again, when people give more points, right, they will say so many points were given. Probably as a recommendation, you should focus on 1 or 2 points. I'm sure many contestants will come and say that. I won't tell them. The best thing that you did was to give so many points. It's like throwing chocolates to the audience. They can pick up whatever they want. Correct? And it makes the audience and the judge think, oh, this guy is slightly different. He's not basically following the routine. Something like that. Leave questions unanswered. Again, these are things which will generally come, right? You started with a question, but you never answered. I said the best thing you did was not to answer the question, leaving the audience to answer the way they wanted. All these things can actually make an impact. And recommendations, so that's about the content. Recommendations, do not feel guilty or hesitant while providing recommendations. This is something which I've seen with many evaluators. When they start and their energy keeps going up, and when it comes to recommendation, suddenly the recommendation will stop, will drop the energy. Recommendation is as important as the commendation. And hence it has to actually take your energy to the next level because we don't have to feel guilty in giving a recommendation. We're making the speaker better. So do not drop energy on enthusiasm. Recommendations are as important. And then finally, summation. Plan summation is a key component of the presentation because if you don't plan the summation, you're losing how many points? 15 points in that. It can make a huge impact. It can be the difference between winning and losing. Do not rush it up for want of time. Now, other points, it is good to use acronyms to make evaluations. People will come and ask me saying that, can I use acronyms? Though it has now become cliched, so many people already know that acronyms are used. So it preferably keep it very small, ABC. So use acronyms, don't dilute the core objective. Some past examples I've heard is ICE, ABC, PUN and all that. You can remember, but certainly not biryani. If you cannot probably have such a long recommendation, starting with B and I, the summation would have already gone and you would be very tired. And do not overload with all observations. Pick up only the highs and lows. 2 positive points, 1 to 2 recommendations should be fine. It is okay to show that you know many more things, but by quickly rattling it out. There's one more question which came, and Jayan taught me this. So people say that you are actually looking at beyond the obvious. What if the judges think that I've missed out on the key points, like vocal variety, body language, and all that? So in my 2014 winning contest speech, I told you had great things like body language, vocal variety, grammar, stage. You say I'm not getting into that. So let me get into something beyond, into the thinking of the speaker. So what have I done? Even if the judges think that I don't know anything, I've given them the point saying that I know all these things, so don't exclude me out of your judging. And now let me take you into a different level. So that's how I'm saying, if you have that fear that if I try to be exclusive and people may probably think that I have not looked at the obvious, you can cover up with these techniques. Unless but the most effective makes your evaluation unique and capture judges' attention. I don't know if it is right for me to tell this in the judges training program. So I always use this actually because see, you have this 40, 30, 15 and 15 points, right? So sometimes judges can miss out saying that whether analysis was there, summation was there, and then all these things when your recommendations were there and all that, right? Because each of these carry points. So to make sure, I always say that in my analysis. So then that analytical thing is there, and then my recommendations are, and finally to know that 15 points of that summation is not missed out, I tell them to summarize so that it is obviously meant to the judge's attention. But I always say make it subtle, do not overdo because judges are intelligent. Definitely you don't go and tell my technique is, because technique has some points, you should not go and tell that my technique is, then they'll find it very difficult. The judges are always intelligent, so I'm sure I've captured enough. In case I come out of your contest, don't take this against me actually. Right, so then this question, should I prepare for an evaluation contest? It helps to go prepared with what I have told. Now, how to go prepared? Now, is practice important? Yes. So practically, is it possible? Because many people say that stand in front of a mirror and do this and all that. Now, what I do is instead of actually taking one evaluation every day and it takes only 2-3 minutes, I do the same evaluation with new ideas uncovered. So between the area and division, what I do is the area contest speech, which I evaluated, and after that I won. Now I know that I'm good at the division. Every day I'll pick up 2 different points which I did not take the previous day. For example, if I had looked at problem solution in that speech, next day I'll probably look at comparing, contrasting. Will I be able to bring out a point about compare, contrast? Will I be able to bring about past, present, and future? So what I'm doing about the same speech, I will go and squeeze my brain to pick up sub points which I had not covered. So that's how you practice, right? So that you don't have to get bored by looking at different speeches. What all can I do? So in that way, you don't even have to practice a full demo. You can just say, what are the 2 different points that I can pick up in the evaluation as an evaluation today? And then next day, what are the 2 other points that I can pick up? So that way, you over the next 20-30 days, you will have 40-50 points, which what you have to look for in a speech. And that's like Raghavan Sridhar mentioned, put it down and put everything down on a piece of paper. You know what are the 30 things that you need to look for. So when you go to a contest, it's easy for you to look at. So that way, I think the evaluation contest will be happy hours because you can speak and you can succeed as well. Thank you so much. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to take. Hope I'm on time.
For the great presentation, sir, and good to see you. I'm a big fan. So when it comes to the evaluation contest, sir, I think in fact, I did take part in a contest, and I clearly know where I went wrong because a lot of the Western club content, like all those district champions, they put out a lot of content on YouTube where they constantly say one point saying, you need to be the star speaker. Though it's an evaluation contest, you need to come across as a great speaker. And when I did my contest, I tried to overdo that fact, and my judges, the chief judge, gave me some credible feedback. Now, according to you, what is that mid ground?
See, definitely as a contestant, you need to exhibit confidence. Correct? But you cannot overdo. You cannot become a preacher. Right? The evaluation is about how do you motivate the person to come back and speak again. Everything that you do, if you can show that there are many things which I know that I've observed in the speech, and that would be relevant for you. And then if you pass it on, judges are intelligent enough to understand that this person is speaking the truth. Otherwise, sometimes many people I've seen will go overboard, like what you said, acronyms, for example, and then bringing in some code which are very popular, but at the same time making a huge impact. Then what you're doing is you're stealing away from the core of the evaluation, what is required. Be subtle, at the same time, make sure that you're very confident in what you're giving so that people can't challenge you. That will be the most important.
Just one last question. Will the body language and all those aspects for the evaluator really count?
No. You can look at my evaluation. It's on YouTube, 2014 evaluation that I've done. I just stand in one place and people ask me also, can I take the paper in hand? Whatever you are comfortable with, you do. I picked up the paper so that I didn't want to, in those 2.5 minutes, miss out on the point that I had noted down when I was waiting outside. So I have the paper in hand. I used it as a reference and then I spoke. So all these things are myths. In fact, I don't even have a blazer that day. After the contest was over, one person came and told me, if at all you lose, figure I think you didn't wear a blazer and that's why you may lose. I looked at the judging criteria. I never saw anywhere for even demeanor or dressing. So I said, if at all I'm losing for my this one, then I don't mind losing. If I win, I will win for the 4 judging criteria that I already have. So it doesn't happen, but I think you should be confident enough. That's all. Yeah. Let's read the definition. In fact, unlike other contests, right, international contests, if it is related to pathways, we know that it is objectives that we are going to evaluate. Now, for international contests, what is the percentage that you give for the speech to evaluate? Rather, I would not evaluate for the body language or vocal variety. But what is the number one thing that you would focus on? You're talking about as a judge doing as an evaluation. Yeah, I'm a contestant then. Evaluation contest. Yeah. Okay. Evaluating an international speech contest. Okay, see, naturally the impact of the speech is most important, right? You will have the content delivery. If it is actually supplementing the content, then it is good. As I told you, I look at emotions and I look at the body language in relation to the content of the speech. Like, President Vasilev's speech, you will find minimum body language, what was relevant when he's talking about change the tire speech. And there are many people, even the 2011 winner, where he speaks, the Australian, he doesn't move at all. He actually uses the stage. So body language in relation to the content of the speech is what I will look at, thereby making the impact much better.
I had a question. We saw some good speeches with good titles. I just wanted to know if you evaluate the titles of the speech because they come up with such clever and innovative ones. So how does that matter?
Yeah, title is like icing on the cake. Unless the cake is good, the icing has no value, right? And I strongly believe that if the cake is very good, you definitely have an impressive title, and it can sometimes be useful for you to leverage as a speaker. Correct. So many a times you can use it so that in the speech you will probably be able to bring it out. If it is not coming relevant to the speech, if it is only the title, then you know that it's not going to really last long. Correct. So if it is adding value, then you should definitely, because that's also, to me, title is also a part of speech. So if it is adding value, if it is really supplementing the efforts, I will definitely take it as a good point as well. Huh? Yeah. Yes. Hope it's not deliberately done.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you for the nice session. My question is on evaluation. So primarily, when you evaluate, how much of the percentage is given to the content of the speech? Like when you're evaluating, what is the percentage division that you make towards the content and towards the actual, recommendation that you do?
So 30 points is for the recommendation, right? The technique has 40, the analytical ability has 40 points. And in your analysis, most of it will actually be commendation. What is that the good things that you're looking for in a speech? And 90% of the time, it will come from the content, right? And the content, if it is leading to a good delivery, it can actually be looked at. Otherwise, some people have phenomenally strong presence on the stage. Delivery could be very high, But if the content is not good, then it's not going to really support the speech. So majority of the focus will go on the content. And in that, how do you analyze? And then out of that, what recommendations can you give? That also could be on the content only. Then give some weightage to the delivery as well that can supplement the speech. So I would give more than 70% weightage to content.
Thank you.
Yeah, here.
I've heard multiple valuation in Crescendo and mostly similar kind of inputs. So they like you didn't repeat the title at the end of the conclusion, or if you could add that it will make a point. What do you think about?
So that's why, see, if you try to impress, you will fail. If you try to express, you will win. That's how I look at it. If there is a very genuine loop back that is required in a speech, saying that, okay, you started with something and you didn't conclude. How do you bring that out? Saying, okay, there's one in 2015 when I was evaluating, there's one which started with saying that one more round was the title, or that was the beginning. Towards the end, it was not concluded properly. I said, why don't you bring that one more round and then say that so that you will also get one more round of applause, something like that. I concluded. Correct? If it's relevant, you can do it. If you're force fitting it, people will easily find out. Yeah.
My question is, how much of empathy the quotient is needed while evaluating, or can we jump straight to the point and say what could be better in the speech?
See, when you are in an evaluation contest, you are the most important person there. Correct? And what kind of an impression you want to create on the people depends upon the style that you have. For example, if I decide to actually use flowery languages and then start saying that this is what can happen, then people will know that even though you're trying to give good words to the speaker, it's not natural or it's not genuine. Whatever suits you. If I'm a very stoic person, if I'm actually able to give simple pointers to them saying that your speech was memorable, it was relatable, it really touched me, I'll go back and do the same thing what you're telling. I think that's the best evaluation that you can give, right? So as a contestant, you're the most important person. Express the points in the most natural way possible. That will have terrific impact.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You said we can prepare the evaluation well before we go. So you gave 3-4 pointers like, it could be the delivery of like, you gave 3-4 points. So what I'm trying to understand is we prepare with those 3-4 points, and at the detail we bring out with our own decision which one do we talk. Is that how it is?
See, it is good to have, it is like jogging in our mind, right? It is like building the muscle. If you go to a gym and you build your muscle, you can actually use that for anything, either to lift a weight or lift a gas cylinder. That depends on what you're doing. Similarly, when you actually have many things, many inspiring quotes, many rational quotes in your mind, you know one of those could be useful for you at that time. Your mind will start reflecting some of what would be relevant at that particular point of time. So what I'm saying is be familiar with many quotes. You don't have to go with 3 or 4 quotes. Suppose if you're familiar with say 20-30 quotes, your mind will say what would be the most appropriate one, and you will not make a mistake. Many times it's not about knowing the quotes. We will get nervous whether we told the quote correctly or not also, right? So it's better for you to practice all those things as part of a good evaluating method and use which is relevant at that particular point on stage. That would be useful.
So my question is not only about the contest in evaluation. So some speeches after hearing, now you are not understanding whether it was not delivered properly or it was something out of your league that you didn't understand. Now you have to give an evaluation on that. So how to handle that?
So again, what is wrong in you saying I could not find anything wrong in this and I could not probably capture some of the right things? See, in Toastmasters, the beauty is the evaluation is not for the speaker, the evaluation is for the person who's evaluating. That is why even in a club scenario, it is if it is for the speaker, then Ralph Smedley would have made everybody in the audience evaluate, right? Because everybody's point is important. or there could be 5, 6 people you evaluate. Why is that there is a person who's identified? Because there you will be tested on your listening skills in the shortest possible time. You will be tested on your ability to pick up the key points that you can come and deliver, because you cannot give a 10 minute speech on a 5 minutes evaluation on a 5 minute speech. You have the ability to pick up the key points. Are you able to paraphrase it in such a manner that it is motivating the other person? So it's a practice for you. So, like in an icebreaker speech or in the first speech, the person may fail and then they slowly develop. In your first few evaluation, you may not be able to find anything. What's wrong with that? You may not be the best evaluator that, but so be it. When your listening capacity increases, when your paraphrasing capacity increases, when your ability to pick up the key points increases, the same speech you will find a different approach next time when you're hearing. So don't worry about all this. Evaluation is not making us a crown, having a crown on our head. It is a journey of our leadership and communication track. Thank you very much. I really enjoyed it. Thank you.
Can I please invite our club growth director, Gokul, to felicitate? Thank you, Toastmaster Sridhar and Anand, for that comprehensive and succinct evaluation tips. I'm pretty sure we'll all base our evaluation on basis of that. Finally, just like how everything must come to an end, so has my time on this beautiful stage. Audience, thank you for being such a lovely audience and staying from the morning till now, till the end. And before I hand over the stage to distinguished Toastmaster Savita for the vote of thanks, just one humble request before you leave the premises, just ensure that you hand over the ID cards to the security guard, and don't forget, in case if you do, we'll have to hunt you down, which we don't want to do. So please help me in welcoming distinguished Toastmaster Savita for the vote of thanks.
Dear friends, it's been a fruitful day of hearing that we have gained, learned, and grasped a lot on a topic as specialized as contest training, contest management training, and judges training. Now, to our esteemed judges training facilitator, that is District Chief Judge DTM Arun Ramratnam. We extend our deepest gratitude for your invaluable contribution to the day's proceeding. Your expertise, passion, and guidance has empowered us to become discerning and effective judges, contributing to the continued growth and success of our district contests. We appreciate your emphasis on impartiality, fairness, and empathy, qualities that are essential for upholding the integrity of our contests. We are grateful for your dedication to excellence and your commitment to elevating the standard of judging within our Toastmasters community. Thank you again, DTM Arun Ramratnam. To the skilled contest management training facilitator, DTM Safir Aziz, we extend our heartfelt appreciation for your exceptional guidance in preparing us for the intricacies of contest management. Your comprehensive training has equipped us with the knowledge and skill to organize and execute seamless contests that adhere to the highest standard of Toastmasters International. I note here your concern about professionalism, efficiency, and attention to detail, ensuring that our contest runs smoothly and provide a positive experience for all participants. Thank you for sharing the essence of your thoughts with us. I can say with certainty that you have empowered us to confidently manage our club, area, and district contests, upholding the integrity and reputation of our organization. DTM Safir, I remain grateful. To our fabulous international speech contest training facilitator, Toastmaster Raghavan Sridhar, in absentia, We extend our deepest gratitude for his invaluable contribution to preparing our contestants for the International Speech Contest. Surely his expert guidance and insightful session have energized our International Speech Contest contestants to deliver powerful and impactful speeches that embody the spirit of Toastmasters International. I now come to that talented, skilled, gifted Toastmaster who always manages to steal our heart with his sincerity, candor, and most importantly, humorous takes on every day's event. Toastmaster Sridhar Ranganathan. How do I thank you for that exceptional guidance in preparing us for the art of constructive speech evaluation? I can only say heartfelt appreciation for your insightful session that has equipped us with the skill to provide valuable and supportive feedback that nurtures and inspires our fellow Toastmasters. We appreciate your emphasis on identifying strengths, offering specific suggestions for improvement, and maintaining a positive and encouraging tone, all in the background of context. Your expertise in analyzing speech structure, delivery, and content has been invaluable. But more valuable than that is the way you expressed yourself so that the listeners are convinced of what you say. There would be very few who could convert a seated session on evaluation into such an interesting one with deep insights into providing actionable feedback that stands out at the level of a district contest. Thank you for sharing your passion and expertise with us. Your training has truly empowered us to become effective speech evaluators, contributing to the growth and development of our fellow Toastmasters. Dear Toastmaster Sridhar, we are indebted to you. Thank you again. A heartfelt appreciation goes out to Toastmaster Meena, Sai Sonal, and Radhima for serving as our demo speaker. It truly takes courage to step in front of an unfamiliar audience and deliver a speech. Thank you. Toastmaster Bhavani, Praveen, Naina, Namita, and Prabhu Prasad, Bangalore DVDs, played active role in the planning and execution process. The combined effort of you, your area directors, and the team have yielded positive results, and I am sincerely thankful for your invaluable support and dedication. You were instrumental in making this program a reality. Thank you. Expressing gratitude to Area A2 Director Viresh and the entire Bosch team for their invaluable assistance in seamlessly organizing the event. Despite the challenging circumstances at home, Viresh's commitment is evident as he is here with us. Thank you. A special thanks to Mr. Khalid, canteen head, Mr. Venu, the canteen manager, and team. Please give them a round of applause. Yeah, they are there. A big thank you to the logistic manager, Toastmaster Pandirajan, content relation manager, Udanka, Toastmaster Ashwin, Toastmaster Darren for the unwavering support and for always being there behind the scene. And as the PQD, I remain grateful. I express gratitude to our CGD DTM Gokul for his invaluable support. Gratitude to our District Director, DTM Arjun Sundarraj. I cannot thank you enough for the help of all the Toastmasters present on site and online. Please know that it is your inspiring presence that keep us going. Your interest in Toastmasters education enthuses us. I thank you for joining us and being with us. Toastmasters Shiv Prasad and Anuksha, I commend your adept performance as the Master of Ceremonies. Thank you, Sergeant at Arms, Nikhil, for initiating the meeting with gusto. Heartfelt appreciation to the volunteers because without their dedication and hard work, the success of the event would not be possible. Their substantial contribution have made a significant impact. I request all of you to come up on stage. Please. Yeah, all the volunteers, please come up on stage. So let everyone see you all. A big round of applause then. Thank you so much for all the running about. Thank you. Okay, the division directors, please come up on stage. First, please, they come. Division directors. Please give them a round of applause. This program was in Indian Arun and Kitchen Sabir, you could come up, please. I think Nityam Arjun and you could also please come. Please come, please, everyone. Pandya.
Okay. Yes. 3, 2, 1, cheese. Very good. Say party. Party. Okay.
Thank you once again. As now being instructed, the conference chair, that is DTM Cyrus Dilemma, presented a captivating tribute for his annual conference. So please register today as it is at the lowest price and it won't be available tomorrow. So secure your booking now and enjoy the conference. He is placed just outside this room. And again, please remember to return your ID card at the entrance before leaving. Refreshment, coffee and tea has been arranged. Enjoy that while continuing to network with all of us. Yeah, thank you. Okay, so for a group photo, please come in front. Before you leave, one group photo.
What will you do for these people? They won't come on the group photo. Then you. I use my phone.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for joining us online and we adjourn the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye, Sabita ma'am.
Yeah, please come for the group photo.